everybody. Welcome to today's stream. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Hi Age, how are you doing? Uh it's uh it's been good. I um I woke up earlier than expected because I went to bed at 3 a.m. again as per usual at this point. It works okay, nice. No work is good. Um Yeah, so I went to bed at 3 a.m., woke up at like 8:30, but then fell asleep again, and then woke up at like 10, and then 11, and then I just started listening to the last Critical Role episode um, for like half an hour, then got out of bed, um, had some breakfast, good times, good times. But now we're here. I keep I keep going to bed so late, and I can't help it, you know. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, this should probably be on. This should probably be on to like light up the face a bit, you know. But yeah, the we were in voice chat again. We watched a bit of what's it called, Chuck, which was fun. The series, and oh my god, it's so I like that. It's so cringe sometimes, but so good. Um, and after that, what do we do? I don't even know. We just hang out, and it just ends up with us staying up way too late. It happens, it happens. But let's go over to the wheel and see what we're actually going to be playing. So yeah, no Grow of the Evertree today. We do still have Tunic on there, Rune Factory just in case, Torment of Numenara, Valkyria, Chasm. Some good options there. There's also some drawing. And the Mario Kart 8 speedrun that Zato wants. Maybe we'll see it happen. Maybe. 99 times spin again. I don't think that's gonna happen though. I don't think. No, I shouldn't do that. I like spinning the wheel, but I also like playing the games eventually, you know? So let's spin that wheel and find out what happens. Spin again! My favorite. My favorite. Ah, spin again! There you go, more spins. More spins. All of the spins. Oh my god. uh, should I? It's been Rune Factory so often. Comparatively, right? Well, technically, not really. Like, I mean, as far as I know, there's post-game stuff. There's definitely things I haven't done, not completed. But at the same time, I'm not sure if I should do that on stream, right? It's one of those things that Um, like I finished the game and I would like to play more of it, but at the same time I'm like, well, there's not really a clear direction anymore, so how fun is it for people to see me just do stuff? Whatever I find more enjoyable. I mean, that's a difficult question. Um, yeah, I don't know. I like Rune Factory, but at the same time, I actually want to play something new or something that I haven't finished yet, you know? So I think I'll remove it from the wheel. And look, it's spin again. See, it was spin again all along. It was never on Rune Factory. What are you talking about? Okay. Oh, there you go. Torment. Torment, I can do. I wanted to play more of that game, so we can do that. There you go. There you go. Beautiful. Okay. So, let's see, where is it? Torment. Did I have that on? Yeah, on the Xbox thing. Just rig it until it works. Wow. I rigged it once, I will have you know. I mean, technically. Was it even a rigging? Really? Did it count? I don't think it counts. Hi Twitchy, how are you doing? We're playing Torment. More Torment, Tides of Numenara. Yeah. Yeah, the wheel actually landed on Rune Factory, but then I was like, well,
I need to talk to you.
I don't really have much to do left in Rune Factory,
This
and I'd
is
rather
the reef
play
of
something that I
fallen
haven't played
worlds,
before.
kid. It's a dangerous place at the best of times. And with you lighting up the sky as you fell, well, we should get out of here as soon as possible.
Right. Why were you looking at me when you said that? I wasn't. Don't be so paranoid. When she isn't looking, he raises eyebrows at you knowingly. Okay. Yeah, the main story is finished. And I'm not sure if I want to like play the game more like on stream rather. I might play it off stream instead. I mean defeated Holly or Gideon, yeah. Let's see, what do we ask him? Can you tell me about your tattoos? They look almost alive. These? They're nothing. Call them a consolation if you must. He smiles grimly. Some call them by worse names, but that's because they've had an occasion to run afoul of these little snakes. He looks away. The line of question is clearly at an end. My gift and curse, they remind me of it every day. I do like the scan thoughts that we picked up, so we can just get little glimpses of what they are thinking. What makes the reef so dangerous? The Numenara of the past are always dangerous, but there are other dangers too, some closer than others. I hate to think what Kalistag might do to her if I weren't here. What are the Numenara? You want me to tell you? He laughs without mirth. The Numenara are all around you, everything left from the prior worlds. Saugus Cliffs thrives by trading artifacts from ancient civilizations. Hell, you can't scoop a handful of earth without finding drit from prior worlds mixed with it. Numenara has anything from the prior worlds, but mostly we mean the stuff of value to us. A lot of the Numenara are just oddities, fancy trinkets with little real use. But sometimes you'll get a cipher that lets you do something incredible. Artifacts are even worth even more. A cipher will only do something once, but artifacts last a lot longer. Though they can burn out at the most inconvenient times, he frowns. Not that it has ever happened to me. Of course, we've got no idea what most of this junk was originally intended for. In most cases, it doesn't really matter. Like you might find what used to be a propulsion unit for a star chariot. But who the hell knows enough to build you the rest of it? Whether to use it as a weapon or a power source. He scowls, frustrated about something. I bet we could remake the world if we knew a tenth of the secrets of the ancients. But most days it's a challenge just to survive. Liquor never had issues with performance. Oh, definitely not. I don't want your help anymore. What's your story? Ask me again when we get out of here. I don't trust this damned reef any more than the company we keep. What do you think of Kalistag? A parasite disguised as a scholark. Don't be surprised if she betrays you before the day is done. Actually, that would be slow for her. Okay, great. Great. So he doesn't like Kalistag. We kind of knew that.
Watch your steps, child. This is not a place to walk lightly. There are dangers in the reef, both old and new.
What kind of dangers? Myriad. We walk among the Numenara, detritus of fallen worlds and antediluvian wars. Not everything in the reef knows that its wars ended long ago. Yet the true dangers are contemporary. The reef holds the promise of treasure for the determined, but not always for the scrupulous. Why is the resonance chamber here in the reef? An astute question, my dear. The most likely answer is that your sire discovered something he could repurpose for his own designs. If you can seal a dome as well as he did, the reef is as good a place as any for experimentation. Still not Mario Kart? I know, Zeta, we even spun the wheel 4 times. And it's like, how many options are on there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we spun the wheel 4 times. 1 in 9 chance, 4 times. Yeah. The chances of it, because especially with all the spins that I've done previously, we actually spun Rune Factory again, Zato. We hit Rune Factory again, and then I was like, well, actually... Poke the wheel, I know, right? I don't even know how. It just doesn't want Mario Kart. That's the only thing on this like short list that I've made that it hasn't actually hit. Oh, what's your story? Or as wrong wheels are not the way. It's almost as if it's completely random. Yeah, but you'd think that, like, chance theory and all that, that at least once it would have hit the Mario Kart speedrun. Considering I've done it every single stream for like a couple of weeks. Gambler's fallacy. Well, I know, it's just the chance of it not doing it is lower than it having done it at this point, I think. But the I mean, eventually I'll probably do just a stream of like, oh, we'll do Mario Kart because it's never been hit. Hi Robin, how are you doing? Also, in case you don't know, the first has not been taken yet. Nice, Robin. Congrats on being first. She laughs. No, it's not the time, dear, nor is the reef a safe place for lengthy disquisition. Rest assured, when we reach the cliffs, there will be plenty of time to swap tales. Who are all these echoes of you? If you follow false gods, you only have yourself to blame. True. Crowds were a bit much at the markets. Yeah, I imagine, because it's King's Day, right? I imagine it's very crowdy. Crowded, rather. Crowdy. They are me. We are part of each other. Sisters across infinite realities. We share our experiences and power. What's that old saying? That experience brings wisdom? I must be the wisest person in Saga's Cliffs. The wisest across countless worlds. Her laughter peals out. I don't think... So even if you have like other yous to confer with that share their experiences and stuff, would their experiences be so much different than yours that you would have like so much more wisdom? I'm not sure if that's true. Quite a lot maybe, but not like infinite, like she says. You're old and definitely not wise. What do you think of Aligarn? Her lips pucker like she's tasting something foul. He's useful, she finally says. At least he was, once. If that pompous lark nibber, forgive my language, dear, finds one more fault with me, I expect my sisters will murder him in several realities. She cocks her head to the side. There goes one now. Oh my god. Well, I guess Aligarn is dead in one of the realities. So what is all this stuff? What are these floating...
I'm going.
things? Just a wise arse. Well, aren't we all a bit, though? Two floating cones whirl and spin deliriously around each other, giggling like children being tickled. The air around them smells of sweet, burning leaves. Do we... let's just say, what are you first? The cones continue whirling and laughing like enraptured dancers, giving no sign that they've heard you. We touch them? You're arse-wise? Oh no, age. Should we try to... Okay, watch them for patterns first. The longer you stare at these artifacts, the more you're convinced that they turn faster when their spiraling paths cross each other. Okay. I'm just gonna touch them. If you select the companion portrait in the effort window, they can assist the last caster with some challenges. Okay. Well, we have a 90% chance base. So we could just do that. What do you think? Oh yeah, easy. You managed to graze one of them with the tip of your finger. Rarn, a voice says, and your vision is stolen from you. A moon hangs over you, but it's not the one you recognize. It's black and in a pearl white sky. Thick, flat asteroids orbit it like petals in the wind. You feel questing tendrils at your ankle, and the hot wind on your face smells of scorched hair and grief. Okay, so weird. Your vision returns. The cones hang motionless for only a second before resuming their giggling dance. Right. Okay. Years of study to become Ars-wise, I can imagine. It's a difficult thing to study. A lot of dedication required, yeah. What are you for? The cones greet your question with a split second of hushed silence, followed by delighted peals of helpless giggling. They aren't for anything. They're from one of the worlds before this one. Aragorn rubs a hand along his double jaw. Sometimes the Numenara will do something useful, sometimes they'll turn you inside out, and sometimes they don't do a damn thing that makes sense. I've often said the same thing about you, darling, Kalisteg murmurs. Okay, let's leave him alone. That was interesting, okay. So we got a glimpse of another world for a second. It's a cube.
In an instant.
Although this cube hovers in the air, you can feel the ground shudder with its vibrations.
Yes, now.
What is all this stuff? It's like a force field. Uh-oh. Who are these guys? As you step onto what looks like the back of the enormous construct, four strangers approach you. In the lead is a wiry man with parallel scars running from cheek to collarbone on the left side of his face. He gives you a welcoming smile, pulling on grey gloves embedded with pulsing lights. He's about to say something to you when he notices Kalisteg. She's a star. She came out of it, but what does Cal have to do with this? Okay. Cal, I thought you'd sworn off trawling the reef. Found anything tasty? His eyes travel up and down both you and Aligarn. Odds and ends, Coro. Nothing that would interest you, I'm sure. Her words are calm, but she has gone quite still. What is he doing here? He has something up his sleeve, I know it. Oh yeah, I didn't activate the dash command age, or I disabled it rather. For now. Let's see. Do we talk to Koro or? You're just overreacting to an encounter. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Should we talk to him? Koro, what do you want? Right to the point, this one, isn't she? I know most of the draft that scavenges the reef these days, but it's a rare pleasure to see a new face. His smile is disarming. All I want is information. A falling star landed near here not long ago. I don't suppose you were around to see it? I don't trust them. Aligarn hisses in your ear, but loud enough that Kalisteg can hear too. Any friend of hers is a cheat, a killer, or both. What does that say about you, dear? She gives Aligarn a venomous smile. Killer or not, she whispers, Apollo is not a man who can be trusted with unvarnished truth. Tread lightly. Okay. How do we put this? Nice scars. Nice scars, guy. Just nice scars. How did you get them? Sure. Two things are more dangerous than death in this world, he says, his smile widening. Asking impolite questions of strangers and playing with Numenara you don't fully understand. My error was in the latter category, and I've grown more careful since. Right, okay. Would you like to add more scars to the collection? Exactly. What are those gloves for? Unwelcome but anticipated complications. He does not elaborate. He does so love his ambushes. Callistag whispers in your ear again, even though her mouth is closed and she isn't looking at you. He didn't have the gloves when I knew him last, but I'd wager they're connected to devices in the area. So, Goro says, apparently unaware of Callistag's interruption, the star, have you seen it? Where did it land? Well, if I knew that, I wouldn't be reduced to harassing noble travelers. I never saw it, you see. My employer did, and thought, who is the most trustworthy team I can send at a moment's notice? He winks. Luckily, they were on another assignment. We were interested and weren't too drunk yet, so... Fair. What interests you about the star? How kind of you to ask, Cora says, clapping his gloved hands together. So few people are interested in the tangled motivations of paid explorers. He spreads his arms as if holding the sky and continues. The world is littered with ruins and fascinating secrets. Trouble is, anyone can claim them. But when something falls from the sky, that's rarer, and a man can make his name of such a find. He pauses, then adds, we're also being paid quite handsomely. That helps. Enough chat, I think, he says, and there's no humor in his smile now. Where's the falling star? Okay, so we can tell the truth and be like, yeah, it was me. I fell from the sky. Then say, like, I saw the star, but I don't know where it landed. Also hear from the star, but I want it for myself. Or just be like, you're in my way, get out of here. What would my character do in this situation? We're very smart. But that doesn't mean we're wise. No, there was no star. That's this one. The truth. Right? I don't think they removed any... I don't think there was a different one. But let's see. Let's say... Should I just be truthful? Because he already knows, right? So we know that he thinks we know, because we read his thoughts earlier. So if I lie to him... It wasn't a star. Right. Yeah, okay, that's true. I'm also here for the star. I don't know, this is... I don't want to tell the truth. At this point in time. Let's say... Let's just be like, I want it for myself. Oh no, that's terrible, isn't it? What did I scan from him? He's, like what I read in his thoughts when he first arrived was... I think she's the star, or she's the star, but what is no, what is, God, what is her name? What is her interest in me, kind of? Cal, yeah. So you already had an idea of the truth. At least. Do I use most of my internet points on this? Let's do this. Okay. Okay. Cora gives you a long, hard look, then he sighs. An admirable goal, we're less enamored of, he coughs, blushing, then continues, of certain pursuits and in dire need of money. I would likely be doing the same. Good hunting. Perhaps we'll meet again. If she's not telling the truth, she's a fantastic liar. Guess I was wrong. See? So he saw it, and now he's like, actually, that's odd. Sure, fine, whatever. And then goes. Nice thinking, kid. That would have been a fiasco. You figured out why they were here, right? I knew I couldn't trust Kalisteg. This is the last time I made that mistake. Think Kalisteg told them about us? Excuse me, are you suggesting I had something to do with Crowe's plans? Oh, I cannot abide this rabid paranoia a moment longer. Are you suggesting you didn't? An old friend of yours just happens to be waiting for us, armed and outnumbering us, and we returned from the greatest find the reef has seen in years. It's too convenient for me. Too convenient by far. Of all the idiotic paranoid delusions, you really believe this, don't you? You really believe I'd use a half-wit like Koro to stab you in the back rather than do it myself? You see, kid, she'll stab you in the back first chance he gets, most likely in your sleep. He throws up a hand, forestalling Kalisteg's retort. Look, I don't care. Fact is, I can't trust you anymore, and I wonder why I ever did. This is the last we travel together. I've got enough to worry about without having to watch my back 28 hours a day. He turns to you. Coming, kid, or what? Aligern, I really don't think she was trying to betray us. He snorts a bitter laughter. I do. You haven't seen 1/10 of her deaths. Not 1/20th. She's a backstabbing bitch. Mark my words. You are insufferable to the end, Aligern. Looking for the worst in the situation is the only way you know to see. Do you know how long I've carried your pain for you, how much I've had to turn away from your judgmental stares? But you're right, I've had enough. She turns to you. Child, I am happy to guide you, but I will not walk another step with this paranoid buffoon. Finally, something we can agree on, he growls. She'll chop off your head and spit down your throat. I'll get you where you need to go and let you sleep at night to boot. It's up to you. Okay, well, what do we do? I'll be fine on my own. Fuck you. I'm out of here. Just no. Can't you just work it out, guys? Can't you just work it out? She bursts out laughing. My dear girl, we have been working it out. We have been working it out. Allegern's petulance, his obstinacy in the face of fact, drive me away every day. He might be strong, but also thick. But he's also thick. Yeah. I dare you to try traveling with him and see how long you endure. Not as long as I have, I'll wager. His face darkens under her accusations, but he manages a pained smile. As if you're doing me a favor by staying with me? Do you think I don't see your true self in all those echoes around you? That's you, Callisteg. Every facet of it. Your vivisectionist heart hasn't changed, just the way you present it. I thought I could help you, but... Okay, but these guys... I honestly am tempted to just be like, no, I'm just gonna be on my own. You guys are fighting way too much. I don't know if I trust either of you. Do it. Makes sense. He shoots a look fraught with meaning at Callistag. If you change your mind, you can find me in the underbelly. I travel around, but I'll keep an ear to the ground for you. At least she's not staying with her. On the other hand, if you prefer civilized company, you can find me at the Order of Truth. I will be happy to aid your quest, but do not come with Allegern in tow. I will not suffer him again. The feeling's extremely mutual. Farewell, child. Come find me. Okay. The Order of Truth, I know, right? Now that you've dealt with Crow and his goons, you can continue onto the city of the Sagas Cliffs to reach the city, across the bridge at the north end of the platform. Right, okay. We have free reign. We can just do whatever we want. The world is our oyster or something.
All right.
So what's over this way?
I'm
There's
going.
Loot. How quickly can I find death? Very quickly, I'm sure. Heals 3 points of intellect, some shin. Illustrated force heals 3 points of might. Okay, we'll take those. Some loot. This metal door is thick, heavy, and unmarked by time. Double rows of circular bumps run horizontally and vertically across its surface. It is firmly sealed. Examine it more carefully. The metal surface is infused with minuscule threads that are barely visible to the human eye. They only run in straight lines and right angles, and they seem to converge at the circular bumps. Upon closer inspection, you notice that each of the bumps is unique. Some have flat faces, others are actually many-sided polygons. And a few are marked by tiny apertures. Unfortunately, you don't see anything that resembles a knob, keyhole, or access device. You try touching both the flat panes of the door and the small bumps, but nothing happens. Let's knock on the door. You knock lightly at first, then harder. The door makes no sound at all, nor does it shudder or yield. Okay. Weird. Weird.
Go.
But fine, okay. I guess we're not doing that then. What is this? A matte black obelisk floats in midair above the water. It has sharp curved sides that converge to a glowing tip that brightens or dims with the passing of the bay's faint breezes. Touch. You raise your hand towards the obelisk. Dull green light wells from within the black stone fixed on you like a furious eye. The light intensifies, collecting at a point near the top of the device, and you feel the hairs on your arms stand straight up. Instinctively, you pull your hand back. Both the feeling and the light fades away. How quickly can you find death? Types death into Google Maps. I'm sure you can find something. Okay. Touch it. Touch it. You lay your palm on the surface of the obelisk. A brilliant emerald beam erupts from the apex of the structure and strikes you in the chest. What follows is not pleasant, but mercifully brief. Blue tide raises a tiny amount, red tide raises a tiny amount. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Did we die? We died.
I need to talk to you.
Oh, damn it. Okay, we should have saved before.
This is the reef of fallen worlds, kid. It's a dangerous place at the best of times. And with you lighting up the sky as you fell, well, we should
Okay,
get
we're
out of
just
here as soon
gonna
as possible.
zoom through.
Watch your steps, child. This is not a place to walk lightly.
That was
There are
indeed pretty
dangers
fast.
in the reef,
Yeah.
both old and new.
Okay.
Natural.
Boop. Touch it. We get the vision again. Watching 24. Okay, that's fine.
As you wish.
And then we just move up here and the posse arrives. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I feel like the tides increasing shouldn't really... We're just gonna do exactly the same what I... Okay, it wasn't a star, okay? An interesting observation. Cror congratulates you in thought. Though he gives no visible signal, his three companions sense at his side. And why do you say that? Okay, so that actually cancels out. Okay. So that's different. I don't need to tell you anything. Oh, that's true, Cror says. The light embedded in his gloves pulls more quickly now. You certainly don't, but I should point out that the truth, unlike its paltry cousins, will keep this conversation from turning in unpleasant directions. Something to consider. Okay. Well, I guess I fell from the sky. I thought so. To reward your honesty, I shall be honest in return. You have two choices here. Both of them are dreadful. He holds up a finger. First option. You surrender to us, and we convey you to my employer for, well, experimentation and dissection. Frankly, it's not pretty, but there it is. Second option. We kill you and the old man, try not to kill Kalistag, and bring your body to our employers anyway. He winks at Kalistag. Apologies, sweetness. He rolls on Kalistag, his face tight with fury. You told him we were here, didn't you? You couldn't resist selling me out one more time. Are you really so paranoid? She sighs in exasperation. Darling, she says to Koro, take your thugs and go home. Otherwise we'll have to rip you to pieces, and the world is already so untidy. Koro clenches his gloved fist, and a soft whistle pierces the air. What do you say, Fallen Star? I'm not going anywhere with you. What a shame, Koro says, and glances at his companions. Now. Well, I guess this is different. Not all encounters must be solved with the muscle alone. Try using the Numenara artifact nearby or talking directly to Koro. Okay. Ow. Okay, he just vanishes. Okay, it's me. Intimidation. Remind him he's fighting a woman who fell from the sky and survived. He can't win. Yeah, let's do this. As it's of the job, he tries for nonchalance, but the sudden fear is evident on his face. Anyway, it's too late for apologies. What started is done. I'll never win Salimeri's respect if I back down now, whatever the cost. Well, he's demoralized at least. Aligern's body is covered in strange shifting tattoos. He can use the living tattoo's ability to pluck a strand of ink from himself, granting him the living tattoo's feather. While the feather is active, he gains increasing bonuses by chaining together similar actions, attacks, healing, applying other feather. If he uses a different kind of action, he breaks the chains and loses the feather. Okay. To use the ability, left click on its icon in the ability bar above the character to party portrait. So yeah, here.
They never seem to run out.
Okay. And then we hit her. Just a regular one. Bonk. Kalistag is a dimensional husk who exists in multiple realities at the same time. She can use this transdimensional power to teleport between locations using her dimensional superposition ability. Okay. The teleporting uses your move action. Transdimensional onslaught deals 5 transdimensional damage and converts hold if the target fails to resist. Do this. +1.
Watch and learn.
go.
In an instant.
Ow. Ow. That hurts.
Can't die.
This is fine.
Can't die.
This is fine. Okay, so this is not a game over screen. I can't say I expected you back so soon. Something feels odd about this man, but it takes a while to put your finger on it. It's his thoughts. They aren't there. Or rather, they're there, but they're indistinct. A kind of white noise that blends in too well with the background hush of this place. Why am I here again? You died. I mean, not dead, but you came awfully close. You should be more careful out there, for both of us. I found the resonance chamber, but it's broken. Yeah, I saw that. I don't see everything you do out there in the world, but I definitely saw that. You have to find a way to fix it. Your thoughts are fuzzy. Why can't I read them? His voice is dry, but his smile takes some sting from his words. I imagine it's because we're in a place of pure thought. I'm a construct of pure thought, and that our conversation is taking place on the level of thoughts. Most things here aren't real. It'd be like reading your own mind. Okay. How do I get back this time? The portal's still there. I don't see why it wouldn't work twice. Okay, what should I do now? If the chamber's broken, I'm not sure. We need to find someone who can fix it. The chamber's our only hope. Without it... how do I get back again? Oh wait, I already asked that. Is there anything to do while I'm here? You mean apart from the cabaret act, distilleries, and endless adventure, you just behind the next wrinkle in your mind? He jabs you in the arm with his elbow. And if you believe that, sorry, but it's your mind. There's nothing like that here. I've looked. Oh. Still, you've changed things plenty already. I wouldn't be surprised if something showed up here eventually. Are you always here? Where else would I be? If this is my mind, why don't I remember this place? I told you as much as I know. It's your mind, and that means you're in control. You just need to figure out how to unlock its secrets. I don't know how, but I think the resonance chamber will do that for us. It'll unite us, make us whole again. Okay.
Fine.
So there's still a portal. I guess... Oh, loot. Some glass. You find a cipher. Okay. It can trigger a powerful effect, but only be used once.
On it.
Who are you? Yeah. Who am I? Oh, we're at the Order of Truth. Ugh. You float beneath a nauseous tide of darkness. Indistinct sounds drift by you like shining fish. Slowly you rise towards consciousness, and the sounds string themselves together into words. A woman's voice, arch and scornful. You have any idea who this is? Who you've hauled through the streets like a sack of grain? Coro, look at the tattoo for pity's sake. Does it mean nothing to you? She can't be, Coro says after a moment. I saw her die, Salimir. I swear to you that I had no idea. Of course you didn't, the woman says, reaching even the most obvious conclusion. Oh, reaching even the most obvious conclusion requires at least some degree of intelligence. I asked you to retrieve the falling star, whatever it was, not assault a stranger. and especially not one who happened to be the changing god. Knock Cora down. Grimacing, he lashed out, kicking Cora's legs from under him. He topples onto his back with a startled squawk. That was beneath you, Adan, the woman says. You rise, struggling to focus on her. Salimar's arms are folded and she's distinctly unamused. Petty revenge on a mortal? That's not Adan's style. I suppose some apologies are in order, she says, glaring at you. I'll go first. If I had known you were the falling star, I would have given Cora very different instructions. She raises an eyebrow. Now it's your turn. I haven't seen you in 10 years. 10 years. I cannot begin to imagine what your excuse might be. Our last night together was so incredible. What could possibly have driven her off? I'm not Adan. She blinks once, twice, a smile blooms. You're a cast-off, she murmurs, studying you from head to foot with an appraising and somewhat proprietary eye. Remarkable. This is rather like visiting a house you once owned and seeing new tenants through the windows. I've met members of your little family before, of course, trading around in that shadow, looking for clues and trying to repair the damage. The smile is genuine and somewhat sad. Her eyes linger on yours, as if looking for any flash of recognition. I can help you, if you like, but I need something from you first. I'll think it over. Do that, she says, then grins wolfishly. And tell me when the answer is yes. I mean, honestly, I kind of want to go back to where I was on my own. Because that was kind of the first one, right? Yeah, I can't reload while in the conversation, so... Who am I even? Who am I?
I need to talk to you.
This is...
Yes.
This is the reef of fallen worlds, kid. It's a dangerous place at the best
I don't know
of
if I
times.
actually need
Watch
to
your
talk
steps,
to
child.
them.
This is not a place to walk lightly. There are
At all.
I'm going.
But this thing I want to do. What are you? 34. Touch cards as it passes. Leave him alone. Okay.
Without doubt. Of course.
I did save Age. I did save. I really should have saved earlier, you know. But it's fine. We'll just go through it again, because we like seeing it multiple times. We did this. Okay. There you go. Boom boom. No problem. Blah blah blah. They're all mad at each other. I'm on my own. There you go. See ya. Bye bye.
All right.
Okay.
Fine.
So I guess this time we're not gonna get murdered by this thing, right? We just... Oh no. A beam of light streaks from the tip of the obelisk towards your hand, but you are faster and it passes within a hair of your tingling fingertips. Yeah, okay, maybe we
All
shouldn't
right.
do that. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe
On
we
it.
shouldn't play with something that can murder me in one hit. A bubbling mass of sludge floats on the surface of the water. Every once in a while, an oily nodule separates from it and hurtles into the sky. You catch momentary glimpses of a muck-coated object in a putrid mass. Examine the sludge. Carefully, you lean closer to the heaving mass. After a moment's study, you notice that the globules rising into the sky always contain something, be it a shining core of untainted seawater or a tiny fish. Maybe that's how Kuro got his scars, perhaps. Okay, let's try to retrieve the object. Yeah, 100%. Boom. You found a cipher. Fresh vapors. Deals 10 points of intellect and confers fresh vapors plus 1 intellect edge. Ooh. Nice. 5 uses. A simmering jar made of metallic glass. Inside the jar rests a strange miasma. Its vapors sit crystalline and perfectly still until held. The glass vessel twists and writhes when grasped. When you put your ear to the device and listen closely, sounds of weeping and hysterical laughter rise from within. Warm to the touch, once inhaled, the vessel becomes ice cold. The user feels panic, fear, nausea, and then sweet relief, a torrent of emotions akin to getting a full rest. Okay. Search for more objects? Okay. Wait for more treasures to surface. Nothing. More. Oh my god. We did get something. Tar River Globe? Okay. The glass sphere encloses a miniature scene of a river of tar running through a wasteland. It also contains a mystical blue liquid, which seems like it would mix with the tar if the globe were shaken. You notice an ancient, indecipherable writing around the outer base. Well, it's worth money, so
Let's go.
it's good, right? There's loot here.
Yes.
Just wait here forever getting loot. Nah.
I'm ready.
So what is this thing? A tangled cluster of metallic tendrils grows from the depths of the nearby water. Strangely, they resemble clawed alien hands, most of which have 7 or 8 fingers. Examine the cluster. The hands sway softly, but their movements are difficult to follow. Watching them for too long makes you feel nauseous. Apart from the hands themselves, you don't notice anything of interest in the cluster. Break off one of the hands. I mean, I'm terrible at breaking things, but we can try, right? Oh, we failed. Ow. Wait, you grab hold of one of the wrists and pull it with all your strength, but the stem is stronger than it looks. Hidden layers of thin, incredibly sharp spines, some sort of defense mechanism, emerge from the metallic surface and pierce your flesh, burrowing into the meat beneath. The pain quickly subsides, replaced by a numb but oddly pleasant sensation. You feel an icy liquid flowing, hardening over the bones and tendons of your arms. When you clench your fist, veins of steel shine through the bloody skin. So we lost 1 HP, but we gained 1 max HP. That's good, right? Also, we have 69 experience, so I think we've won the game. I think that's basically GG, right? Should I try another hand? No, okay. That doesn't work.
Let's go.
Well, I mean, that wasn't too bad.
Yes, now.
There's a shallow depression in the surface here, like many others scattered around the construct. Unlike the others, energy still pulses across this one at random intervals. A slight yet implacable sense of unease emanates with each wave of energy. There is a loose lens at the center of the depression. You think you could redirect the psychic effect somewhere more useful, but it'll be tricky to get to it in between the energy pulses. Okay, so that's more of a combat thing. Same with this then. A lambent green fluid drips from the end of the device's nozzle and hisses angrily on the metal surface beneath.
All right.
Okay, nothing to do with that. Okay, this is all good then. But I'm saving a lot now, Age. I'm pressing F5 many times.
Yes.
Oh god, so many people. Potato. Hello. Wind spins of the distant sea, sweeping between you and the boy, whistling up towards the peaks of Saga's cliffs. He glances at you, then at the crowds in the plaza beyond. He appears to be looking for someone. Would she have come to the city? Doesn't seem like her kind of play, but... Saw you wandering down in the reef, he says. Did you get to that star before the others did? He looks back at your face and grins. Guess not. That ain't the face that's found a good pick. Oh wow. That's rude. I was the falling star. Yeah, sure you were, he says, smirking. Sell that kiss to someone else. But despite his hard words, his eyes settle on you, studying, deciding. His mouth settles into an irritated line. Look, he says, running a hand over his stubbled scalp. You hide it well, but I can tell you're new here. I ain't trying to offend you, but I don't like leaving folks new to sagas on their own. If you have questions about the city, or Circus Minor in particular, I'll answer them, free of charge. Just this time, he adds hastily. Maybe until the end of the day. I don't usually give away advice for nothing, understand? Sure, but what makes me so special? You? Nothing, he says. Like I said, I hate seeing people lost, and I figured you might be. So we're in Circus Minor now? Yeah, the heart of the city, he says, folding his arms. The levies and politicians will tell you that the government square is the center of Saga's cliffs, but they're not thinking right. He spreads his hand, framing the plaza. When folks come to Sagas, they come here. They talk and trade, flirt and fight, tell stories. Everyone who comes here leaves differently. His hands fall. Anyway, what do you want to know? Does anyone around here know how to fix complex machinery? He says, scanning the plaza. Prata. It's the bug lady in the market. Is pretty good with machines. You might ask her for advice. He rubs the back of his neck. Otherwise, you'll want to visit the foreman in the underbelly. They might be able to fix it if they can stop fighting long enough. What's happening on the stage? An execution, he says, rolling his eyes. It'll be going on for a few days yet. All those folks think they'll learn great truths from the nightmares of a dying man. He shakes his head. It's not worth my time, but it might be worth yours if you haven't seen one before. Great, executions. Lovely. Do you live here? Not really, he says. Walls are nice, but they keep you in one place. I like to move around, explore. Don't like being here much at all, really. City folks are scarier than scroungers. True. You don't have a home? Don't need one, he says. Carry my life with me. He pats his bags. Fair. I'm looking for the cult of the changing god.
Taking a note.
Well, you're not going to be able to miss him, he says, smirking. We're camped around that weird clock on the other side of the square. He settles his hands on his hips. What do you want with those carkers anyway? They owe you something? I'm the changing god. Do we just tell him? Do we just tell this kid everything? Yeah. Oh, right, Otura says, winking. Good luck with the pitch. They meet a few changing gods a year, so don't expect open arms. The Order of
Making
Truth?
a note.
In Government Square. From here, follow the path around to the left and look for stairs going up. Okay. Where can I find a place to sleep? The Cult of the Changing God might let you sleep in their camp, or you can try Tranquility's Rest in Caravanserai. Okay. Caravanserai.
All right.
Okay, well, that was nice. The kid was very helpful. Prata. So this was the girl that he says could help me, perhaps? In the shadows cast by the folds of this merchant's cowl, you glimpse hints of a verdant chitin and amber mandibles erupting from pale human flesh. Her voluminous robes cannot hide the fact that her movements are off, as if too many joints inhabit too little space. But her voice is warm, tumbling flood of spoken thoughts and impulses. A fair afternoon to you. Warm, isn't it? Something begins humming in one of her many pockets, and her brilliant, multifaceted eyes flicker towards an invisible point in the distance. Well, not as warm as it could be, but this is the warmest minute of the week by a considerable margin. She trails off, but him continues. Oh, you have one of those tattoos too? Anyway, can I interest you in some prime artifacts, dusty relics, Numenara of uncertain origin? She looks like that pale woman. No, you're right, Bertie. Not looks. Smells. You appear to be transforming into an insect. I know! Isn't it fantastic? I think it might be caused by the intermingling fields of the Numenara I use to organize my thoughts. Or the ones I'm selling. Maybe all of them. You never know how a variety of ciphers will interact with each other. They are such fun. Okay, great. I mean, they are, I guess. Tell me about the Numenara you used to organize your thoughts. Oh, it's simple, sort of. Prada pulls 3 tiny Numenara from her robes, a buzzing bird figurine, a green music box, and a circular spring. I have too many thoughts. If I try to hold them all in one brain, I'll just stand and drool, you know? So each of these has a slightly different purpose. Which one do you want to hear about? The bird. Birdie's pretty simple. If I'm running with a great thought I don't have time to complete, I shunt it into her so I can pick it back up later. She does make everything smell like berries, though. Stand and drool, that's your technique for thinking. Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, that's nice. You just like, oh, I have a thought, and then just let me finish that thought later. Boop, put it in there. And then later be like, what was I thinking about earlier? And then you can put it back in and be like, ah, right. It's actually very, very useful, even if it's a small thing. Like if you're in a conversation and you're like, I have a thought about this, but I don't want to interrupt the flow right now. You can just boop, put it in there, store it until later when there's a lull in the conversation, and then you can be like, what was my thought again? Boop. It was good. The music box, okay. Jade Box is a tough old lady. If I'm rolling with a more complex line of thinking, I bring her up, and she chomps the individual ideas and feeds them back to me. I try to use her as little as possible because she gives me headaches. No, what's the opposite? Head eases? What? Prata frowns. Anyway, they're worse than headaches because you can't go around thinking everything's alright. It's bad for your health. What? Wait. Wait, so the music box makes her head like feel better? So she doesn't want to use it often. Right. Okay, I mean, sure. That's sure. Circular spring. That's Rounda. She's a bit scary. I can shunt a bunch of thoughts into her, but she doesn't process them. She just gives them back to me, slightly changed, and infinitely better than when they went in. Pata leans in conspiratorially. I try not to use her too much, she whispers. Feels like cheating. Right. Okay. I want to buy one. Pata flushes. I hate to say no, but I've had them since I was little. They're practically family. Makes sense. I'm looking for someone who can repair a complex machine. Can you help? Oh, I'd love to. Complex machines are my favorite, but no, I shouldn't. I'm really behind on work orders this month. This may surprise you, but I'm very, very, very easily distracted. She shrugs beneath her robes. You're better off with someone else. Sorry. Are you sure you can't help me fix something? Quadruple sure. She says cheerfully. Okay. You said someone else had mitre too. Who? Oh right, that pale lady? She wanted me to fix an artifact of hers, but I couldn't make any sense of it, and that is rare, believe me. Prata sighs. I felt sorry for her, to tell you the truth. She seemed sad, like she'd lost something and was never going to get it back. And she wouldn't say what she's lost when I asked her. I know I could have helped. And what are you selling? Okay, so we can sell this for some money. What else do we have? So we have healing. So this heals HP, might, speed, intellect. And then this is confers contingent subroutine. The next time this character is reduced to 50% or less in health, or any stat pool automatically reveals health and all stat pools. Not bad. Refill health, might, speed, and intellect for all party members. Not bad. Deals 20 chemical damage and confers bleeding. Heals all the allies in range. Deals 12 transdimensional damage, confers hobbled. Confers per sector eye. Prey sector's eye. Yeah, I don't think I need any of this specifically right now.
All right.
Headaches, migraines, all sizes and severities? Wait, what? Best selection of migraines in the city right here. Free samples, friend. What?
All right.
I don't want to buy a migraine. Jeez. Why would I want a migraine? No one wants a migraine. This portly man's cracked and bleeding hands are always moving, picking fretfully at his thick lips, running through his thinning hair, all molding aimless shapes in the air. His clothes are marked with paint, dust, dried blood, and clay. His eyes brim with frustrated tears as he studies the strangely familiar sculptures arrayed about him. A soul like slivers of ice, he mutters. Fingertips long, shriveled sharp, screams, trapped in flesh. She holds him in place. She's killing him. He's not looking at her. Why? Why isn't he? Afraid? No. He claws absently at his sparse beard. What am I not seeing? What am I missing? Who was he? What was he feeling? Without that, I can do nothing. What's wrong? Everything, he says without a moment's pause, effortlessly drawing you into his self-directed tirade. Every detail is almost right, which means everything is wrong. I am Sophie, stone carver, sculptor, divine painter of living eyes, and in this challenge, my greatest work, my talent has finally abandoned me. He sweeps a scornful hand at the sculptures. Behold my art, wanderer. Witness these dull stumps, these crude replicas of a sublime being. What is it you think I've made? Anamnesis. Try to recall why the sculptures look so familiar. Yeah, okay. I've fully depleted my intellect pool, but that's fine. You stare at the sculptures. Your memories flow into its sweeping curves, teasing you with what you've seen in your short life and beyond. Yes, this towering thing is the true form of the creature that pursues you. Zaofi has sculpted this sorrow. You don't realize that you've spoken aloud until you hear Sophie gasp and see the tears in his eyes. Yes, sorrow, or even grief, is present in the work. I feel it, but where? I cannot pull it from the stone. I saw this creature on a cold night not long ago. Smoking coronas of blackened light drew me to my window, Sophie says, shaping the scene with his palms. And there on the street below was she, gripping a man in her talons. Before my very eyes she ripped his essence from him, leaving him a steaming husk. He drops his hand. But what do you care? You don't grasp the importance of capturing such a subject. I've seen aspects of her. Maybe I can help you capture the details. Sophie stares at you, dumbfounded. You think I'm trying to sculpt the killer? He says, and then immediately corrects himself. Of course I am. I've succeeded, in fact. She is beauty and vengeance incarnate. What artist worth his metal couldn't capture such a being? Sophie clucks his tongue. But she doesn't need to be remembered. How could anyone forget such a lethal creature? No, the source of my ruin is this damnable man. Sophie points a trembled finger at this faceless human cradled in the statue's talons, a charred, oddly familiar pattern etched on his stone head. He stared eternity in the face and did not blink, but he will be forgotten unless I capture him here, and I cannot do that unless I know what drove him. The moment he fell, I ran for the streets, but the Tendra O'Hur claimed his body and took it away, probably to their foul chapel in the underbelly. Now I'll never know who he was. Tell me about Tendra O'Hur. The occult and the curse, Sophie says. They would have you believe they exist to preserve the great works of humanity, to celebrate life. You may even believe them until you smell their breath. The truth is that they squat in their underbelly chapel, eating corpses and claiming it gives them power. Okay. Doesn't sound great. How many statues of this being have you made? Ha! If only my efforts could be limited so. I've sculpted that blasted moment in marble, granite and clay. I've painted it in oil and blood. It even follows me into my sleep, where I weave the scene from clouds and dream stuffs. A frustrated tear rolls down his cheek. Even those were flawed. Aw. Poor guy. If I learn anything about your subject, I'll let you know.
Making a note. Yes.
Slavers. Tol Magur. As you approach, the wild-haired woman eyes you speculatively and whispers something to her companions. They burst out laughing, and a slight smirk plays about her lips. A breathing mask dangles from a cord around her neck, and you can see where it has cut permanent grooves into her face. She ruffles her hair, messing it still further, and sings out, "Come to buy a slave, cast-off? If you've come to me, you must want something of the sort." She's a fresh one. I could smell it on her. How do you know I'm cast-off? The tattoo. I've had dealings with your kind before. I know about you. She rakes her fingers through her hair. If anything, the motion serves to obscure her vision even more. So cast off. I have information you want. Of course, it comes with a price. What kind of information? Think you'll get it from me that easily? I don't think so. I know your type. You cast-offs, not one of you can be trusted. I give you this information. You're gone before I can collect my price. So you'll forgive me if I decline to say outright what secrets I hold.
I'll remember that.
One of my wards has run off. She's taken a head wound, not my doing, and I've been watching after her. I don't know where she's gone, but I suspect she's headed to Cliff's Edge. Plenty of other urchins clamoring about the place, and she'd find it easy to blend in. Sadly, my troop and I are detained here, so we can't go ourselves. These lag nibblers are tired of hunting her. Damned girl hides well, too well. She's a scrawny child, name of Rin. Head wound, but it's covered by dark, curly hair. Has a little necklace around her throat. Babbles about her gods. Go get her for me, and I'll tell you what you want to know. I won't do it. Why must you make this difficult? You've heard my terms. You can choose to do it or not, but you'll never know if you don't try. And really, how hard can it be? Find Rin, bring her to me, you profit. Not hard. Well,
Go.
I'm probably not going to do that. I don't believe you'll do anything good,
Go.
so... let's see.
I'm ready.
Let's talk to Yeen the Overseer, I guess. Is this the execution thing going on? What is this even? What is going on? This guy is like tangled in rope or something. And there's this weird creature? Person? I don't know. A stout, middle-aged man stands atop the execution platform. He wears the badge of a city official, and a fringe of dreadlocks hangs down to his shoulders from his otherwise bald pate. He gives you a disinterested look as you approach. Please stay back with the others. What's going on here? He casts a brief glance over his shoulder towards Riss. The prisoner, Riss of Flatwater, is being publicly executed as a warning to all who would flout the laws of Sagas Cliffs. What is Riss's crime? Treason. He sold state secrets to the enemies of Sagas Cliffs. Okay, how does it work? He sighs. Another rustic. It's very simple, ma'am. Our nanos induce in him a hallucinogenic state. In this state, he experiences visions. Nightmares, really? He speaks of the things he sees, and his words become flesh as they leave his mouth. We shape the flesh into a human-like form, the deaths you see beside him. He gestures towards the hideous figure, which looks to be made of rotting viscera. As more strands escape his mouth, his death wraps them around him, and they slowly crush the life out of him. That is a pretty horrible way to die. So you're in like a constant state of nightmares. And the things you see, you spout out, and those words kill you. Like you're being literally killed by your nightmares, right? That's confusing. It is confusing. Hi, Aura. It's a very weird way to do it. But it's basically you're basically dying for real in your nightmares. Is a good way to think about it, right? Just like you get permanent nightmares until you die. Which is just a bad way to go. It's a very bad way to go. Once the condemned is dead, the devourer of wrongs will eat his corpse. He raises his chin proud. Thus is justice upheld in Sagas Cliffs. Why does the devourer of wrongs eat executed criminals? He smiles grim. He is of the Dendra O'Her, who can suck the memories of the dead from their marrow. In those memories is not only proof that the condemned were guilty, but also the names of their compatriots and associates. Many an accomplice has been found out in the belly of the devourer. I'm sure Riss wasn't working alone. We'll find all his friends soon enough. Okay. It's kind of gruesome, really. Just like, yeah. So we just induce this state. He kills himself, basically. We don't even need an executioner. We just have him stand there and kill himself. And then when he's dead, his corpse gets eaten by someone who then sifts through his memories and is like, ah, these are all his friends. But the thing is, if the guy who eats the corpse, right, is a liar, like you could be executing wrongfully. If you execute someone wrongfully, would the guy who eats their corpse be like, actually, we were wrong. I've actually just eaten the corpse of an innocent man, or would they just keep up charades and be like, no, 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 he was guilty. Because apparently they just find their memories in the corpse, right? So would... if they execute someone wrongfully, you would have to live with the fact that you just executed and then ate an innocent man. Well, yeah, but the thing is, they'd have answers. The guy who ate them would have answers. The guy who ate the corpse. But would he then tell the truth to the others? Because it all depends on that one person. If the one person is corrupt, then the whole system is corrupt. Because they can just be like, no, 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 these... So I just ate the corpse. Those guys are also involved, even if they weren't. Right? Because the whole she drowns, if she drowns she was innocent deal, kind of, yeah. But they could also lie about the whole thing. Because you're relying on this one person to be truthful. You don't want one person to have all the power. That's usually how you get corrupt politicians and things like that. Though even without one person having the power, you'd have that. What do his words mean? He shrugs. Some believe there is wisdom to be gained from the rantings of the condemned. I've never gleaned any. Others say that the torment of the condemned means nothing, but it deters would-be criminals from committing offenses of their own. I've never noticed that to be true either. Right. Okay. Do you have all the power? I'm not sure about that, Lay. I'm not sure about that either. I am looking forward to D&D later. As usual. It's good times. That man over there told me he was involved in Riss's crime. The official follows your pointing finger and frowns. Captain De Beer? The war hero? Nonsense. I've had many drinks with the man. He just has a passion for justice. Wait, did we just implicate someone that we didn't know? Do we just...
Ready.
What? So, how do I see what the... Is there a way to see where the thing, like the tides are? Because it keeps telling me like this tide went up moderately or this tide went down. But I don't know where to see the tides. If I can even see them. I think this is all just the same, yeah.
Go.
Almost got wiped again in yours, oh no. Invisible minotaurs and an invisible maze that made you invisible too. Oh my god, that's awful.
Let's go.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Sign over this stall says the arming room. Buy, sell, trade. Under the awning, a skinny man with stooped shoulders and a concave chest is cleaning a filth-caked weapon of some kind. He salutes you with a greasy hand. Done in a moment. Have a look around. If you need anything, let me know. What do you have for sale? Daggers. Broadsword. We could get a rapier. Let's get a rapier.
Good balance.
Nice.
Yes.
So what is this thing? I don't know what that is. Squid-like thing. Oh, it is like pins and stuff for on the tentacles, on the ends. Doesn't look great, does it? This large, bald, broad-shouldered man turns to face you. You freeze. It's not his dark cloak or his sledgehammer. It's that beneath his moustache and goatee, he is so ugly that he'd scare his own mother in a dark alley. Wow. He gives you an abrupt nod, and you get the distinct impression that here stands a man who enjoys the boredom of standing guard in the company of his own thoughts. Slow day. Good. Nothing wrong with the slow day. Nothing to see here until you pay El Ginto, he says, when it's clear that you aren't moving on. With that, he returns his gaze to the distant sea. How does that cage hold the creature prisoner? Don't know, he says. This time he doesn't bother looking your way. El Ginto built it. Where's El Ginto anyway? He jerks his chin at the man in the pointy hat nearby. Okay. He's not a man of many words, so let's talk to El Ginto. In front of you is a weary traveler whose grim visage is mostly obscured by a pointy hat. Upon closer inspection, the lines on his face indicate he has seen much and has many tales to tell. Hello there, friend, he says. Here to see the Nycthemeron? Nycthemeron? Yeah, something like that. My friend in the cage over there? Or are you just looking to spend a word or two? I have some questions about it. He's far from mine, friend, El Ginto says with a raspy chuckle, as you'll likely see if you get too close to his cage. He tips his hat to you. Go on, ask your questions. Is this trolls? Tipping their hat constantly. Wait, you called the creature a he. Is it male? It could be. Could be female or genderless or many-gendered. Who can say? I have a friend imprisoned and I feel better about the fact that I don't call him it. Okay. What do you plan on doing with the Nycthemeron when you're done showing it off? We're likely to release it and run as if... We're likely to release it and run as if every kind of demon in the world is after us. We're not trappers, see? We're explorers. And we're only in this to save up some coin for a journey across a long patch of ground. He rubs the back of his neck. Not that our motives make much difference to our guest. He'll want to boil our skins once we let him go, and I can't say I blame him. We should do it at night, but even then I expect he'll try to kill us. What is the Nycthemeron anyway? A biomechanical union of stubborn curiosity and frothing malice, he says. Who made them, no one can say, but they cannot be trusted or befriended. Cross their paths or thwart their incomprehensible whims, and they'll kill you if they can. Okay, how did you capture it? I suppose you could blame luck, he says. Little early to call it good or bad, though. His eyes seek the sky as he begins the story. I was working on, well, call it a trap, in a valley through some nameless ruin. Kanadu was off hunting for dinner and I work in a daze. Always do when I'm concentrating. A smile flits across his face. Near sunset, the trap was still in pieces, and I heard Kanadu roaring my name. I turned just in time to see our guest bearing down on me. The creature's volley of molten energy cracked off the personal barrier I'd left active while building the trap, but I knew it couldn't hold. Then Kanadu leapt off the valley edge onto the Nyctamaron's back, bashing it with his hammer. It shrieked, and then night fell, and the creature was still. Argento shrugs. I worked, a touch frantically, I admit, to finish the trap. It hadn't been designed for our guest, but as you can see, he gestures at the creature, it worked. Lucky it did. Gives me a lot of confidence for a trip back to Lorik too. How did you get the creature into the city? A fair question, he says, casting a lazy glance back at the cage, but a longer answer, and not as interesting as I'd like. So let's just say the trap is more collapsible than it appears. Okay. Anything else we want to see? I'm looking for someone who can repair a complicated device. It must be in desperate shape if you're patrolling the circus, talking to strangers, he says. Do you have a piece of the device? Might be that I can offer my opinion. A new device. Perhaps I could use it to improve my trap. I have this shard of crystal. He accepts the crystal shard with great care, turning it over and over in his cracked hands. In the silence, you catch a hint of wood smoke, and notice that his eyes have turned slate grey. Living crystal, he mutters at last, seeking a greater whole, still warm. Maybe alive, maybe thinking. He hands the shard back to you with a touch of regret. Interesting piece of tech, but not one I know much about. Sorry, friend. Try asking around for some more. Some more. Not a piece of tech I can use either. Oh well. Oh, okay. Fun
Yes.
times. You inch closer to the lattice of energy that holds the creature, and as you lean in, the ugly glaive with the sledgehammer slung over his shoulder shouts at you. Oi! No gawking for free. Pay Argento or get it gone. He glowers at you, reaching for the haft of his hammer until you step away from the cage. I want to see it up close. Your curiosity does you credit, friend. It will only cost you 25 shins. That's too much. I'm the only one in line. How about 10 shins? Oh my god. 30%. Let's go. We failed. Okay. Got to recover our costs, friends. He says, shaking his head with near genuine regret. Road supplies, hammer repair, artifact recovery, cage maintenance, and the like. I can't lower the asking price by a single shin. Do I want to see it that bad? We don't have a lot of money, but you know what? Here's your money. Worth every shin, I promise, he says, pocketing your admission fee. Visit our guest whenever you're ready.
Yes.
The cage in which the creature floats is a simple frame that contains a shimmering, nearly transparent cylinder of energy. It emits a low hum, barely audible, that sets your teeth on edge. The container is a delicate filigree of ornate materials with no apparent controls, but surely they must be hidden somewhere in the traceries and protrusions of the wirework. You approach the cage cautiously. The monster within looks like a fungal blob mated with a muscular ichthyoid. Its multiple tentacles terminate in syringes, needles, and injectors. This mass sits atop and is integrated with a floating orb of some type. It seems to be both mechanical and biological, with one system flowing smoothly into the next. A creation from some mad nightmare. The energy field darkens protectively and automatically as the creature throws itself at its walls, thrashing and striking mindlessly with its needle-tipped tentacles. The darkening is almost a strobe-like effect. Even as you watch, one of its tentacles coils back and blasts furious plasma at the walls of its cage. The cage holds, but the shields dim to prevent any radiation from the blast from escaping. Huh. Examine the cage. The cage appears to be made of a mixture of synth, spun strong glass, and the lightweight metal, intricately embroidered to create mind-warping patterns, evocative and strange. Energy shifts and flickers among the crevices, somehow being shaped by the form of the materials. Your closer examination reveals a small panel worked cunningly into the frame of the cage. Some of the filigrees here are worn and smooth, as if slowly eroded by friction, not fiction. Perhaps these are the controls. I probably shouldn't touch the controls, should I? Touch the cage. Step back from the cage. Let's try to talk to it. What are you? If anything, the creature redoubles its effort to strike you, its limbs a flurry of rage. How did you come to be here? It draws away from the edge of the energy field for a moment, as if gathering its thoughts, and then it launches itself at you, rebounding off the deceptive solidity of the cage. Its tentacles flail wildly, the needles at their tips glinting and oozing. I want to touch the cage. You reach out to the cage, your fingers hovering over some of the cunningly worked materials, and then you lay your hands on the cage. You close a circuit in the energy somewhere, or you become a part of it, and strange energies jolt through your body. The shock hurls you away from the cage. You just get hurt a bit, it's fine.
On it.
I'll touch the smooth spots. The cage's hum dips lower for a moment, throbbing almost at the limit of your hearing. Your bones and teeth ache briefly, and everyone within 3 meters of the cage claps their hands to their ears. You! Are you trying to kill us all? Leave the cage alone. He shoves you away from the cage. Do you even know what'll happen if that thing gets free? I want to do it again. I told you to leave it alone. Do it. Oh, okay. I can't do it. Very sad.
I'm ready.
Okay, Tabir. So this is the guy we said actually was involved with this guy, even though we'd never met him before. Pacing the edges of the crowd is a paunchy old soldier with a swaggering stride. At the moment, however, his jauntiness seems overshadowed by worry, and he alternates between watching the execution and searching the crowd as if looking for a miracle. Then his eyes light on you. I've never seen your face before. This might be just the break I need.
I say, you look like someone who believes in justice. How'd you like to help a poor soul wrongfully condemned?
What kind of help do you need? I don't need anything, but my friend there on the platform is dying. The nightmares his executioners have induced in him spill from him with every word he speaks and wrap around him like a snake. He glances at the execution. I know there are but a few strands around him now, but in a few days' time they'll choke the life out of him. I cannot imagine a more horrible way to die. Well, that's not true. I have an imagination that would shame a sailor. He leans in. You'll need to be swift and willing to hold justice above the law, but there is a way to save him, if you will hear me out. Why are you helping this? Is friendship not reason enough? He declares. Then his shoulders sag and he hangs his head. Actually, truth to tell, there's more to it than that. I'm partly to blame for him being up there, and guilt's a strong motivator, eh? Why is your friend being executed? A misunderstanding, he says, waving a dismissive hand. Riss and I were hired to deliver some expensive brandy to an out-of-town buyer. He breathes a sigh weighted with disgust and regret. Would you believe that the bottles were stuffed with state secrets? Riz was accused of selling information to the enemies of Saga's Cliffs. They called him a traitor. It was a travesty, he growls, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. The poor lad had no idea what was in there. Tragic. If he'd known, he might have escaped too. Then we wouldn't be in this mess. But you did, right? Well, he says, studying the air over your shoulder. There's a place for talking about what I know and what I don't. This isn't that place. He clears his throat. Okay. What's your plan? A simple one, but it requires nerve. Listen. He lowers his voice. It would be nothing for someone of your noble demeanor to masquerade as a city official and ask the council clerk for an archived copy of an old stay of execution. Once you have it, I'll write out a fresh one and add Riss's name to it. Then we'll present it to the overseer here, and poor Riss will be set free. There you have it. A foolproof, risk-free plan. This sounds like an extremely risky plan. Nonsense, he says, waving a hand. It couldn't be simpler. Just be calm, confident, and wear a winning smile. He gives you a winning smile. Okay. Where do I find the council clerk? He'd be in the government square, of course. There's a podium outside the council tower. I can't think of a time he wasn't there. Alright, I'll help you. Excellent. Then you will need a proper story and a badge of office. Fortunately, I have the first and you can buy the second from Sangolin, a clothing merchant in Government Square. He folds his arms. Once you have the badge of office, you will tell the council clerk you are from the Judicial Oversight Committee, looking into corruption and the commutation of capital sentences. The stay you are asking for is that of a notorious gangster named Cole Carden, who was mysteriously set free a few years ago. When you get Cole's stay of execution, I'll make a copy with Riss's name on it, and you can give it to the overseer who will free him. You see? Simple. Now, if you'll let me join you, I'd be happy to show you around the city and help you with all this, and whatever else you have going. What do you say? Sure. Why not? It will be my pleasure, but let's hurry. There's not a moment to lose. Riss hasn't much time.
Let's go.
Okay, so we have a party member again.
Fair enough.
Ready.
Now, where do we go? Subtle energy plays along the cables, though whether to prepare fish for consumption or deter their theft, you couldn't say.
Let's go.
The mutants? What's he doing here? The sun is nourishing today, is it not?
Right.
I guess so.
Sure enough.
Ah, this is the cult of the changing god, I
Let's
see.
go.
Nice. This structure is embedded in the ground. It was clearly not made by the same people who built Circus Minor. It looks as though the device extends deeper into the ground, below the road. Withered runes are spread across the device's first surface. Okay, we can't do anything with it. So... let's walk into the camp. Look, look! It is one of the Death Changer's vessels. What fortune, what joy! Kasmin will want to see you, vessel, and Mimian too. Right, okay. They're very happy to see me, at least. As you approach the duo, you see that they are arguing heatedly but quietly. The petite woman turns towards you, Her hair is unusual, a light, almost yellow color, and her bright eyes dominate her pretty face. Excuse me, milady. My friend and I were having a discussion and... Her eyes fall upon your tattoo and her breath catches audibly in her throat. A cast-off. One I've never seen. Her partner is an unnaturally tall man, gaunt and sour-faced, his voice sonorous, with fingers that twitch and weave through strange contortions. Occasionally light sparks in the air as he does. He turns to you and opens his mouth to speak, registers your tattoo and closes it again. His throat bobs for a moment and he says, "It is an honor." He collects himself. "If I might impose on your time for a moment, will you tell me about your tattoo? How did you shape it? Do you know why it differs from the others?" "I'm having trouble placing her. Could it be... I need more time to question her." "Others? You mean other cast-offs?" "Yes, revered one, your siblings." He bows deeply and his fingers spark with repressed joy. "You are a child of the changing god. His mind saw the world through your eyes. He gained knowledge in your body. As he has done countless times over the centuries, the tattoo on your head marks you. We theorize it has a role to play in his creation of you, his cast-off shells. You are welcome here. Oh, wait. You are welcome here, revered one. We stand ready to serve as we can. Have you any questions for us?" Can you tell me about the meaning of my tattoo again? No, I wanted to talk about like why it differs, because he didn't. He wears bodies like clothes and abandons them when he has exhausted his studies in them. Yet when he leaves, a spark of consciousness remains, your consciousness. What can you tell me about my sire? You mean the most accomplished inventor of our time? The hero of Saga's Cliffs? The man who dodged death itself? The Time Weaver? The man who destroyed the Tabat? Oh, we have so much to say. She sketches herself. But perhaps we should wait for another time. Who are you? He considers your words before answering, a thoughtful pause. I am Mimion. I am one of the leaders of the cult of the changing gods, god in Saga's Cliffs, and my primary duty is as chief archivist. My colleague here is Kasmin. She is responsible for the day-to-day administration of our encampment. Do you know anything about the sorrow? She shudders and touches herself ritualistically on the forehead and on her lips. A monster of deepest nightmare. I've heard that it wants you dead. Every one of the Holy One's creations. All dead. I don't know why, but it hates you. Do you know about a device called a resonance chamber? Rumor and conjecture, nothing more. Idle speculation from those who wish to pretend to knowledge of your sire's motivations passed along as fact. He leans out to touch you. Have you seen it? Do you know where it is? What it does? I need to know who can repair it. So you have seen it. You have touched it? She catches herself. She seems almost overwhelmed. Your tattoo, like all the others, but this one is different. He looks sharply at you now, all distraction gone. I do not recognize you, he says. You do not match any descriptions we have recorded. She snaps her fingers as she's finally figured out a mystery. Wait, let me remember your face. She studies you carefully. Oh my, you're new. Are you the changing god? Can it be? She reaches out to touch her sleeve and pulls her hand back quickly. I don't think I can answer this with like certainty. I'm not the changing god. He nods, satisfied. As I thought, you are a cast-off, one of his children. He touches you with his long-fingered hand as if in consolation. There is no shame in such a thing. Many cast-offs have come to our attention, and some of them have sought to deceive us, so that they may seem more important. He smiles softly. If you are as new as we suspect, it is better for you, for us, to know the truth of your existence than to bluster and lie. Crestfallen, she touches your shoulder. Are you sure you're not? She catches herself. No, why would you lie about that? With a noticeable effort, she wrenches herself into optimism, and she chirps. But you're new, aren't you? You're new. Have you decided what you'll do? What you'll be? Your sire's other children have done amazing things. Amazing. And no doubt you will as well. He lays a hand on her shoulder and his voice is low, cautionary. Cass. She looks away from you for a moment, swallowing sudden tears, and he says, We have a request for you. He gestures towards the clock behind them. Dark figures circumambulate these clock faces. What is circumambulate? That's not a word I hear often. Okay, it's the act of moving around a sacred object or idol. Well, I know circum is to go around something, but just like circumambulate. Like I could understand, like I could infer the meaning, but I've just never seen the word used before. Yeah. I theorize that your sire's creation of the time shields that protected this city established a connection with his future selves. Given this, we believe those figures may be cast-offs, or ghosts of cast-offs perhaps, the living shells of the bodies your creator has worn previously. They're trying too hard to sound fancy, yeah. His fingers shrug eloquently for him. The clock is unmoored in time, you see. We do not have knowledge sufficient to investigate, but you might. You have a connection with he who created the clock. You should be able to align it with the present time and uncover who those figures are. A gentle, rare smile appears. If you cannot, at least you will increase our store of knowledge. She smiles bravely, looking between Mimian and you, and says, And then we can answer the questions you must have, right, Mim? Do you have any idea how to fix the clock? We have tried. I have appealed to the Order of Truth. I have spoken with eminent seekers of knowledge. We have sent for wisdom from as far as a steadfast, a great achievement, you must agree. None have given us an answer. We believe your sire created the device, or had a hand in it, perhaps. Dismay dances across his fingers. His hungry-eyed compatriot sends in. Perhaps you can find an answer where others have failed, and then we can help you. She turns away. You will have our boundless gratitude, revered one.
I'll remember that.
One.
Sure enough.
Okay, well, I really want to restore my intellect a little bit, so let's use one of these. Just get my intellect back.
I'm ready.
and then inspect it. This complex machine towers over you. Its purpose is unclear, but the three circular faces set into the ground remind you of clocks. Something is wrong with the machine, however. It's partially transparent, shimmering in the air when you look directly at it. The clock faces seem to show several different times at once. Humanoid silhouettes ripple beneath the central clock face. One places his hand against the face as though it were a glass wall. They seem to be watching you. Examine the machine. The towering mechanism wavers in the air, similar to Calisteg. It appears to be in several states at once, though all of the machine states are in the exact same location. You can't touch it either. Your hand passes right through the structure. As you pull your hand away, a memory strikes you as powerfully as if someone took a club to your chest. You are working at the clock. It is no longer transparent, but perfectly solid. There's a noise behind you. They've come. The three traitors. They think to surprise you, but through the powers of the clock you have foreseen this moment. There is the faintest sound of metal sliding against leather. You slap a hand on the central clock face, activating the clock's arcane powers. You're not sure what it will do to them, but it's better than what they'll do to you. There is a flash. Arcs of energy stretch out from the clock over your shoulders to your would-be attackers. You don't see what happens to them, but they quickly disappear along with their screams. Hey. As the last threads of the memory fade, a swirl of energy passes through your body. Cold barbs prick every muscle. Suddenly, tidal forces arc from the clock to three ancient devices in the cultist encampment. The clock recognizes something inside you, or maybe vice versa. Either way, you have inadvertently activated the nearby devices.
I'll remember that.
Oh. So that one and that one and that one. I'm sure this is fine, right?
Let's go.
Reach for the silhouetted figures. Your hand passes straight through the clock face, the figures and the entire structure. It's as if the entire machine wasn't even there. Examine it again. Makes you a little sick to look at it. Okay. So, what do these do? As you approach this device, Circus Minor changes around you. People are dressed differently and speak differently. Whole new structures appear, including an enormous building rising from the edge of the square. You look down at the device. A series of images flit across the surface. They don't appear related to the changes around you. You see faces of other people in places, all of them familiar. Look more closely at the changes. Circus Minor looks almost completely different. All the people are dressed strangely, and though they speak the truth, they use many terms and phrases that you don't understand. The square has changed as well. All of the tents are gone, the buildings are more colorful and less weathered. One building in particular rises from the edge of the square, a tower of purple rock, some 50 stories high. A mural is painted on the side, though you can't see the details from here. Strange. Examine the images. As soon as you focus on them, you feel a warmth on your head where the tattoo is. The images respond to your thoughts, slowing and changing at your whim. It's something about your body that allows you to do this, which perhaps means that only you can even see the images. You immediately recognize the pictures as pieces of memory, specifically the three memories you saw back in the fathoms of your mind. Look at the memory of the Lush Valley. Somehow you know the memories from a long time ago, centuries ago probably. A man and a woman, both with tattoos like your own, are surveying a lush, secluded valley for some purpose you cannot recall. As you review the memory, you get a strange feeling in your mind that you can only describe as a query. The device wants something from you. Suddenly you remember. The memories in the device are possibilities, but you can lock one of the memories here so it is the only one it displays. You don't remember what purpose that served though. With the underwater city. The memory is recent. Two men, both with tattoos like your own, are in an underwater city searching for something. The denizens of the city chase them from their quarry and ultimately surround and capture them. City under siege. Somehow you know this memory is ancient. It might have occurred 1,000 years ago. A man and a young girl race through the streets of Saga's cliffs. All around them, the city is attacked by terrible people. The Tabat, you recall. The man takes them to an ancient machine somewhere in the city. Then he and the girl disappear. So how do I choose? Oh. The images of the man and the girl are the only ones that play across the surface of this device. They run past the enemy soldiers and then disappear at the machine in an endless loop. Okay, so I set that one in.
Gladly.
Apparently. A strange feeling comes over you as you approach this device, as if someone were sneaking up on you in the corner of your eye. When you look, there's no one there. It feels like something is different though, but you can't put your finger on what. A series of images flit across the surface of the device. Look more closely at the changes. The changes are difficult to notice at first, but after a moment you figure it out. Circus Minor is the same, but the crowd is different. Most of the people in the stalls and buildings are not the same as those you've seen around the square. Those few you do recognize are younger by several years. Recent memory. Because I think it has to do with the time
Go.
of when it was. Okay, so this is okay. So this is the besieged city. Oh, it just said itself. Yeah, because I did it wrong. So this is the besieged city. This is the recent one of the underwater city. And then this
Yes,
one
now.
is whatever the other thing was, the Lush Valley. As soon as you lock the third image, a final surge of energy arcs through the air from the device to the clock itself. The clock shines for a moment, then becomes solid, fixed into a single state. At the same time, the device in front of you goes dark. The images disappear as does the strange view of the city's past. Nice. We fixed the clock.
Go.
The machine is solid now. Each of the 3 clock faces shows a single time, though none of them point to any time measurement that you understand. You lean closer to the central clock face. 3 shadowy figures still lurk within, their features almost discernible now. Suddenly, the figures surge out of the clock towards you. Intense pressure strikes your head like a steel spike, and everything goes black.
I'll remember that.
This is fine, right? They entered my mind,
All right.
apparently. The three figures before you are disoriented. They don't even seem to notice you at first. All three of them have a tattoo like yours, cast-offs. What befell us? The woman is dressed in powerful-looking armor. Her face bears several scars, yet her eyes have the innocence of a child. Did he do something? Are we still in the clock? What new torture does the changing god have for us? Friends, I hope so. I do not believe so. The second figure is tall, dressed all in black. Its height is exaggerated further by a violet fish-like crest on the top of its head. Its large yellow eyes are squinted, scanning all around. There was a woman outside the clock, but it wasn't... It was her. The third figure points at you. He is small, wiry, and tense, as though he expects danger. He carries a shield on his back. She's a cast-off, he says, looking at your tattoo. Can't say I recognize it, though. Who are you? The woman steps forward. We beg your forgiveness, friend, sister. We have been through quite the trial. I am Kamos. These are my friends, Diviatisu and Vidon. We are cast-offs, like you. She looks you up and down, her brow slightly furrowed despite her kind demeanor. We were ingested into your head. I saw it. How is that possible? He eyes you suspiciously. Who are you? I'm a cast-off like you. I'm the latest one. The latest? She raised one eyebrow significantly higher than the other. That's not possible. We faced the changing god mere days ago, and you are not the body he wore. I think we might have been trapped in that clock for centuries, Kamos. Something about it messed with our perception. The Varjellan looks up at the ceiling, or rather ceiling would be if there were one. Time is an illusion. How long is the wrong question. Turns its enormous bulbous eyes to you. What is this place? Where are we? Outside time we were, perhaps still are. Somewhere in my mind, I think. The Varjellan shuts its eyes, 6 nostrils open wide as it inhales deeply. Yes, perhaps you are right. Our consciousnesses, yes, were ripped from our bodies when the changing god activated his clock. Then when you appeared, it happened again. Our minds ripped from their chronal prison. It looks to its friends. I cannot be certain, but I believe this is part of some vast mental construct. He turns to you. Your mental construct. His eyes become nearly as large as the Varjellan's. What? You mean we just went from one prison to another? He grips you by the shoulders. You did this. If this is your mind, then let us out. I don't know how to get you out of here. Relax, friend, sister. Whether for days or centuries, we survived that clock. We will survive this. If time is an illusion, then it is not our enemy. We will find a way. Why did the changing god trap you in the clock? Ah, yes, she looks down embarrassed. The 3 of us once worked alongside our sire, helping him with his research after he'd brought the Order of Truth to Sakus Cliffs. We saw him for what he was. Selfish, arrogant. Maralel helped us see. I wonder what has become of her since we were imprisoned. He doesn't care about us, not a single one of his children. He crosses his arms and looks away bitterly. All of his projects were always about him. He didn't care if anyone got hurt in the process. We betrayed him, unlike the others. Varjellan looks you directly in the eye. We meant to stun him, to capture him before he could escape to another body, but he was too quick for us. He activated the clock, tearing our mind from our bodies and trapping us eternally. Why can't you get us out of here? Weren't you listening? We were trapped in that clock for centuries. I'm looking for a way out, believe me, but if Diviaticus says it's your mind, then it's your show. So long as we live, there is hope. One of us will find a way. I don't see any way out. The Yellen stretches its neck, putting its face within a handspan of yours. It seems to be examining you. Then it says, "You will mind. Only you have the power to change." What he's trying to say is this place was created from your body, for your body, or perhaps by your body. Our sire placed within each of us unique gifts and abilities. For example, I have never heard tell of another cast-off who could trap consciousnesses the way you have. She gives you a warm smile. He would not have created this space for you without also giving you a means by which to move through it. Think, what other gifts did our Creator bestow upon you? I built a path out of a deep fathom in my mind by recovering memories I had lost. Perhaps, if there were any memories here to recover. Thank you, Twitchy, for the hydrate. Maybe I just don't know what memories look like, but I don't see anything. Would seem we are in agreement, villain. I'm what they call a nano. He laughs. So's the Verjalen, but you don't see him barking about it. You see, that's just the type of thing that you do. It was a path you chose, not something our sire gave you, nor a means to freedom. I chose an aspect of myself when I was born, deep in the heart of this labyrinth. Is that it? Diviaticus shakes his head. I can see what you speak of, it says, and you can get a momentary impression that its eyes can see through you. The aspect describes you. Just as I am Voyellen, Philon is observant, Kamos is foolish. I object to that characterization. He gives a kind chuckle. He's not wrong, and you know it. At her wounded look, he raises his hand, placatingly. It's the truth. Anyway, you've gotten us out of twice as much trouble as you got us into. The Voyellen speaks to you. These aspects are descriptors of who we are, but they are not us. That you chose your aspects says quite a lot, but I do not believe that is enough to set us free. Let me look around.
Fine. Yes.
We circle around. Round and round we go.
Of course.
Okay. The three of them mutter to each other, looking around this strange place as they try to find another way out. I don't think I have the ability you're talking about. You must. She looks at her compatriots and backs to you. We each have our gifts given to us by our sire for a specific purpose. His purpose, of course, but a purpose nonetheless. She presses a hand to her chest. They say, for example, that, foolish though I may be, I have 9 magical gifts of speech. That is not something I chose nor learned, but it is whom he made me be. It is who he made me be. He rubs his hand along the edge of his shield. I'm a master of the defensive arts. Our sire learned them when he was in my body, probably built my body to excel at it. I wouldn't call it a gift, but it's me, yeah. I am one with the shadows. I live in them. I breathe them. This is not some esoteric I discovered, but a unique ability our sire chose for me while he was in this body. She gives you a kind smile. The gift is in you. Perhaps you have just forgotten. Our sire wouldn't have made this place for you without granting you the power to get out. Focus. Find the answer inside yourself. To your eyes, search your memories for this ability they speak of. You rifle through your memories, past everything you actually remember to those memories you didn't create yourself. There must be a key or door, anything that would help you escape this fathom of your mind. Just as you're about to give up, you find something. A cluster of sparks, nascent abilities deep within the core of your being. You sense the abilities to speak eloquently, to use a shield with a master skill, to lurk among the shadows as though they were your home. None of them seem particularly suited to creating a path out of this place, but as you step through them, you know that you are trapped here. Not because it is some puzzle your sire left for you to solve, but because you are not yet whole. This is another part, the last part of deciding who you are. In completing yourself, you will be able to open a path back to the calm of your mind. Oh, okay, so I choose... Silver Tongue? So we get... Hi, Astro Ghost. Will it still be online after 2 hours? Yes, but not much longer than 2 hours. Because it's 3:30, I'll probably go until like 6:30. So probably 3 hours more that I'd be streaming. So I should be online still, but great. Okay, it's good to see you. Got something planned? Okay. That's good. I guess I'll find out then. Okay, so this gives me +1 max effort on persuasion, deception, and intimidation. Reach shadow. You hide in the folds between dimensions. Evading even the most watchful eye. Emerging, you rend reality and your enemies along with it. Gain 5% on quick fingers, 5% on deception, 5% on perception. If the character is hidden or targeting an enemy that is blinded, gain +10% on attacks and +3 damage. That's pretty good. Defense. This is probably the least likely for me. Counterattack ends turn immediately. Whenever an attack misses you, make a basic attack against the enemy if in range. There's no limit to the number of attacks that can be made this way. Gain +10% evasion as long as you have an item equipped in your offhand. An item. Not necessarily a shield. Interestingly enough. What are we playing? This is Torment, Tides of Numenara. It's like a... kind of like Baldur's Gate, I guess, if I want to compare it to something. So D&D like gameplay with you controlling multiple characters and like grow the characters RPG style, get new abilities, that kind of stuff. So I'm leaning towards the Breathed Shadow or the Silver Tongue. Quick fingers. Oh, Moon Knight. Moon Knight is good. I've seen not all, I've seen bits and pieces of it. I really want to see more, but at the same time I don't really watch a lot of stuff normally. I don't take the time to watch movies myself or series or anything like that. But it seems really good. Today's episode was amazing. It's the best MCU show by far. It was so far nice. That's good. I'm glad you're liking it. Let's see. I think the Breeze Shadow is not going to be as useful. Because I'm not going to be able to use the surprise attack often, I don't think. And the Nocturnal, while nice, I think Charisma is just the way the character... I want the character to be more charismatic and stuff, and just be more of a persuasive character, I guess. That's it. You did it. Does this mean we can go back to the real world? I don't think so, villain. But it does mean we are free, finally. Turns to you. Thank you, friend. Go. We will follow. Something's not right. Shadows, angles. It's safer for her to go first.
All right.
Okay, let's go. Oh. Hi. Okay, we got thrown out. Not the best. I don't know what happened to them. I saw what happened. Are you alright? That thing almost killed you. What did happen? It blasted you out of that part of your mind. His voice is somber. The sorrow must be gathering its strength, taking spaces in your mind to keep you from reaching your full potential. I don't know why it doesn't just destroy you. Maybe the fragments aren't strong enough. Yet. It's alright though. We have one more important things to do, right? Like get that chamber fixed. Something feels odd about this man, but it takes a while to put your finger on it. Okay, yeah, I've had this before. It's broken. Because this is, we had this section when we made a different choice, when we died. We died. Question, like, not quite, but... Are you always here? Where else would I be? What should I do? How did activating the clock in the real world open that other fathom? Who knows? It probably triggered something in your mind, made a bridge you didn't have before. Maybe you did have the bridge once, but you lost it. Could other fathoms open like that? Maybe. You've already made a lot of changes to this place. At this point, nothing would surprise me. Why can't I read your thoughts? Because we are in my thoughts, so it's kind of weird otherwise. How do I get back this time? Portal's still there. Why don't I remember this place? It's your mind, you're in control, yep. Is there anything to do while I'm here? Not really. Okay.
Fine.
I guess we'll go.
All right.
But we also got a new ability.
Much better.
Okay, so clock.
Fine.
The figures that were beneath the central clock face are gone. Yeah, okay. You fixed the clock. I knew you could do it. I knew. She shoots a triumphant smile at Mimian. You must tell us what you saw. Who were those figures? Were they cast-offs? What did they say? Were you able to retrieve them? Patience, Cass. We must first congratulate our guest. He turns to you. Masterfully done, revered one. A performance worthy of your sire. He bows gravely to you. You are most welcome here. And we do have answers for your questions, revered one. That is, as soon as we hear the report of what you have found. Tell us. She's nearly breathless with excitement. I met Camos, Diviaticu, and Villon. Disappointment creases her face. I know these names. They're not new to us. They were favored servants of your creator, cast-offs who served him well indeed. Diviaticu brought the Order of Truth to Saga's Cliffs, but they betrayed their holy trust and disappeared. He sighs. Nevertheless, we will honor our arrangement. You sought answers about who might repair the resonance chamber. We know that your sire built it with the aid of another cast-off, still unknown to us. Perhaps one of your siblings might know where to find him, or her. I know of only one other cast-off still in the city, the albino assassin Matkina. They call her the White Death. She wore a camouflaging cloak and brought destruction in her wake. The last I heard of her, she was in the underbelly. He restrains a shudder. Seek her, but be wary.
I'm ready to learn something new.
You leveled up? Spend your experience point. You can choose between 4 advancement steps. When you gain all 4 steps, you will increase your tier, unlocking a new selection of abilities and other bonuses. Okay. Let's get ability or skill. Okay, skill or ability. Wait, so extra effort. Increasing your max effort level will allow you to spend more effort when performing tasks, right? Edge provides a bonus to all tasks and challenges that use a particular stat. For each point of edge in the stat, you can use 1 level of effort at no stat pool cost. Edge also reduces the activation cost of abilities, eventually making some free to activate. Edge in intellect? Seems like a good thing to have.
I've learned something new.
Maybe. I think that's good. Do you have any supplies you could share? Share? Oh dear, we are a small group and not wealthy. We exist on donations and curios, and the occasional great gift from one of your siblings. For instance, we had a weapon once used by the Chalcedon? The Chalcedon, the commander of... She catches herself. My point is that we require some payment for our wares. Right, okay. Just... Oh, an artifact. Well, I can't buy that, but... Good afternoon, Yoda. How are you doing? Right, so... Underbelly... Execution ground, but, Harvest Merchant... Let's go this way. The Genocide? What a name. This burly, armor-clad figure stands almost motionless as you approach. He regards you silently through his singular eye. The studs on his arms and the blades on his shoulders are stained and pitted with age. When he speaks, his voice is muffled and artificial, a hollow grumble that emanates from the entirety of his helmet. I am the Genocide. If you ask, I must answer. Pass on, then, and exchange no words. His surface thoughts are like a crystal pool, alternately transparent or else perfectly reflecting his words. His mind reveals nothing hidden, except for a low-level hatred of everything around him. The other is more feeling that you get than actual thought that you hear. You said you had to answer if I asked. Why? From within the helmet you hear a grinding noise, the sound of teeth gnashing amplified, then the voice again, bleak. We sat at the river's edge and we wept for the time that was. We saw nothing more to conquer, and yet our fears still drove us. We had conquered the land, purged its impurities, made it ours. Still we wanted more. When we heard that humans had come to carve a home, we rejoiced to have a new foe, a new test of our truth. We rode against them. We drove them to the forge of the night sky, to the valley of Yolios. Yolios? Sure. To the dangers of the Black Riage? I don't know the words, but those who built atop those ruins, they thwarted us, time and again, as though we have brought our constructs and our deadliest warriors to the bay outside the city. We laid a mighty siege. We entered the human settlement. We fought past barricades and traps. Some of our constructs are still here, silent and dead. But when we thought we had achieved our greatest victory, he lowers his head, a powerful nano saved them. With his magics, he called upon the strength of the ancients and captured us. I thought my life was at an end, but he imprisoned me in slow time, trapped me in my body, used machines to paralyze my will. I still remember our glories, and I see the faded future in front of me, and I am powerless to act. The memories of our triumphs remain always at the forefront of my mind, and I must answer the mocking questions of these people or suffer. Okay. Can you tell me about the nano who trapped you here? How did he stop you? The genocide raises his hands in defeat. He found old knowledge and made it his own. He created defenses that we could not penetrate. Most telling, most effective, the shield generators. He created 3 barriers around the heart of the city, and the last unmoored the city in time. When our construct touched it, they flashed to stasis. We could not reach the city, but the city could reach us. You feel the ticklings of memory as the genocide speaks of the shields. He continues to talk, oblivious. Let the memory come. It's a patchy memory, coming in still images and moments. The relentless beat of the war machines as they approach the city, the reavers in the sky on their dirigibles. You remember fighting them on the parapet. You remember fleeing into the safety of the city. You recall making your way to the shield generators, cutting off the Tabat supply lines, and then the memory fades. The genocide watches you silently. How did they stop you from trying to escape? The nano who raised the city's shield created a device. He called it the Mind Seer. With it, he violated my mind, my memories, and everything that was at the core of my being. In a fit of vengeance, he tore truths from me. He made me betray my people. He rewrote my mind. He gave me perfect clarity into the past and gelded my ability to shape the future. The Tabat never sought revenge against foes who were mightier than we. We devised stratagems to defeat them. We tested ourselves. We did not punish or hate. Punishment was purification. This, though, is torture. The worst of the city's refuse can mock me now. They can ridicule and jape, and I am powerless to strike them for their impudence. Then quieter. And now they do not even do that. I have become a fixture, an irrelevance, a non-entity. I am the slave to You hear the teeth grinding as he thinks of the perfect insult to peacemakers. I must endure their presence and feel their corruption sink into me daily. Some foreign part of me desires it. He thumps his fist into his hand, but I remember that I will triumph over them. Eventually they will die, and I will not. Okay. The Nana who defeated you was the changing god. He and his children still live. His voice is flat and dead. Others have claimed this. I do not know if they say this to torment me, but if our enemy was a god, even if he was once but a man, then to stand against him is to spit in the face of the divine. The Tabat were a holy people. Humans do not believe it, but our rites were as sacred to us as they were profane to your kind. We accepted the will of the ineffable. Any who still live may yet find the mantle of godhood. To be divine is to be beyond the rule of mortal ethics. Those who would be gods must cast aside these concerns if they are to turn against the old teachings. Okay. You mentioned the shield generators. Can you tell me about them? I told you they're a fact. They unmoored the city in time. They severed our supply lines. They left us vulnerable and defeated us. The underspine strategy failed us. I began to doubt. He shifts slightly. The generators are unused, abandoned, their purpose forgotten. Though the people of this city still swear by our name, and our terrors are fresh in their nightmares despite the passage of centuries, they have forgotten the means of their salvation. This one, beside me, no longer functions, but one of the others is buried in the ground, not far from here, and has not yet failed. It powers the clock around without which those ridiculous fools prance. Okay. What are you? I am a blade that cannot cut, a weapon that cannot strike, a living monument to failure. He shifts his weight. You hear the frown in his voice. I was Ojesti Telkotu, the firm hand of tradition. They called me one of the Black Three. Enemies did not understand us. They took my name to mean death in a dozen extinct tongues, called me Orphan Maker, Hope Smasher, Death's Child. My armies blackened the earth and the skies. My Dragoliths scoured the land. Domination was my duty. If they had known, if they had welcomed us, they might have been our thralls. Instead, they became dust. He gestures. All this, it was to have been mine in stewardship for the future of my people. It was promised, but now, his arm falls back to its side, now I am the genocide, a relict, the last of my kind. Well, that's pretty sad, actually. That's pretty sad. You mentioned the Tabat. Who or what are they? Or were they? My people. His voice is forlorn. Great warriors. We owned this land. We served the Underspine, and it served us. We saw truth in victory. We ascended the Epiphany. We were pure, incorruptible, indivisible, even in disunity. We found strength in one another, and proved it with bloody blades. But we fell, and the Underspine fell, and so too late we learned a new truth. But I carry the old ways as a seed within my heart. Can you tell me more about the Underspine? Our slave, our god, our prize. It kept us holy, kept us pure and unchanging, anchored to a fixed point. The world turned around us, but we remained constant. When the world brought inconstancy, we fed it blood. He pauses. The Underspine was our soul, our confessor. We knew clean, hard rapture from it. We knew our past. It gave us the words of the ancient Tabat, and our path was rigid and unbending, absolute. Okay. What's the benefit of an absolute path? We had no questions about our duty, about our goals, only the particulars. We erased doubts in the purity of Urton's utter certainty. Questions raised are questions answered, or they are heresy. No need for self-agony. The necessity of introspection was transmuted into optimization of our paths, into fashioning ourselves into the pinnacle of our achievement. Clear definitions in life creates truth, not this pitiful shadow. So they're like, they had like one clear path, and they were like, we don't need to question this path at all. Don't question it, just do. Because we don't have to worry about not, like, you don't have to worry about anything else, because the path is predetermined, apparently. So they're like, don't need introspection and things, you just need to optimize the path you're going to take. You don't need to worry about, like, is this path right for me? No, it is your path, so do it. It's kind of, I don't know. Apparently it didn't work though, because they kind of ruined themselves because of it. So what happened to it? You can hear the frown in his voice. Sabotage or failure. One of those under my command told me that it had whispered defeat into his ears, as if it had sickened, lost sight of the true path. Given that question, the underspine denied this. My soldier was cast out, and I suffered the barb for his doubt. It was later, years later, that the underspine broke, after our failure, and I've never been sure if the seeds for our defeat were planted in those days. He shuffles his feet. The nano who captured me, who nailed me to time, he used the Mind Seer to ferret out the Underspine's location. I do not know if he ever found it in the world. He raped a genocide from me and mocked me with his sobriquet. Sobriquet? I don't know. I was not to blame. I will stand before the Underspine and swear my innocence. That's right. Sobriquet? Or the other one? If your path is so unbending, it's no wonder you broke. Sobriquet, yeah, okay. I do not bend now. I have been driven down, but I do not bend. I live, and those stood against me are dead. He turns away from you slightly. Do you have more questions, or do you release me? You said you were the last of your kind. Why? I know of no others. Kalagat Anvor, he who shares truth and understanding, is dead. Fostula Lo, the blinding light of reason, was destroyed. The Underspine has fallen. My people are destroyed utterly, and our servant God speaks to us no longer. The clean lines of order and the glory of battle have forsaken us. He pauses. The rest are dust. We rose against a superior foe and were outmatched. Only I remain to tell the story of the Tabat. Well, that's pretty sad, honestly.
I'm ready.
Its machine towers above you like a dagger driven into the ground by a giant. It seems much older than the surrounding buildings. Your hands itch to touch the array of dark panels scattered around the machine, as though they have touched them before. Examine the device. Your hands slip over the cobbled together components and greasy cables, the buttons worn by frequent use. It is a strange accomplishment, this machine, clumsy but deft, amateurish but masterful. Only a brilliant mind could have meddled so many disparate parts into a functional device. Unfamiliar memories whisper to you. This device was used, though you don't know how, to generate a field that unmoored everything within it from time itself. Your fingers scrape a rough patch. Lifting them, you see a Circenate symbol etched into the side like a maker's mark. Try to remember why it's so familiar. One free level of effort. Okay, was not enough. Even with me being so smart. Fine. You close your eyes to better concentrate, sinking into the currents of a memory that does not belong to you, or at least not the body you are in. And you hear the thunderous heartbeat of the operational generator calling you from across centuries. You open cold, focused eyes, ignoring the screams, the drifting tangles of black smoke. Your attention is solely focused on the health of the machine's heartbeat. You reach into the hissing guts of the generator, adjusting and tuning, hoping. The heartbeat fades into the past. Your hand, your body's hand, rests on the rusty surface of the long-dead generator. Okay.
Of course.
Got some experience from that.
Sure enough.
So that's basically this entire area, it seems.
I'm ready.
So if I look at this, does the government square, underbelly, and then the bridge go somewhere else?
Fine.
Let's go to the underbelly first. I'm sure the underbelly will be a lovely place, right?
Fine.
Oh, look, Elegern is here. Hi, Elegern.
It's you. Reconsidered leaving me here, then?
Why did you choose to come here? Order of Truth didn't feel it necessary to indulge me anymore, so I packed up and came down here. More to my liking anyway. At least you can see the people who want to stab you here. Okay. What can you tell me about this place? It's the underbelly. Good place to work if you value your privacy. Some fascinating finds down here and good people. Well, maybe not so good. But people trying to make a more honest living. Or less honest living. Right. That's not quite the same, is it? Man's path. This lissom Jack looks down on his luck, judging from his bare feet and dusty jerkin, but he takes in his surroundings with a hopeful gaze. As you approach, he smiles and throws out his arms in greeting, which reveals the tools of his trade on his belt. Hey now, help me. Got any... He stops as he sees Tibir with you. Tibir, he bellows. Good to see you. Last I heard, you and Riz were running from the levies. Slipped them again, eh? This your new crew? Looking for an in and out man? I'm free at any moment and ready and able to do some crimes. 2 old friends. They gotta have some work for me. Or, wait, 2 old friends? He knows me? For the briefest of seconds, Tiberius looks like he wants to throttle the life out of the young man. Then he laughs. Man's my boy, always joking. He puts an arm around the young man's neck and snugs him in, a little too tight. If you're not careful, some law-abiding person is going to think you're serious and call the watch on you. And me. And no, this is not my new crew. This is my friend, who I am helping finding her way around the pitfalls of our great city. Tiberius turns to you. Mance is actually the most honest boy in Saga's Cliffs. Aren't you, Mance? He swallows. Why, yes I am. They don't come much honester than Mance pa. I pretty much just sit around all day thinking of ways I could be more on... Oh, that tattooed man isn't the lady I knew? When am I gonna learn? Tiberius' meaty palm covers Mance's mouth. That's fine, lad, that's fine. He smiles at you. You know, Mance has the most dangerous job in Saga's Cliffs. He's a window washer, hangs out over the sea faces of those cliff houses and scrubs away without a care. And if that weren't enough, when he's not working, he's down here in the underbelly, helping people find their way around. Go on, just ask him. He knows everything about the place. That's right, says Mance as Tiberius lifts his hand. Ask me anything. You want to hear about the people who live here, or maybe the stick-out tunnels, or the manufactory, or those crazy Dendro her bastards? Give me your general take on the underbelly. He shrugs. It's the bottom of the ladder. As they say around here, there ain't no more down to go, but that's a good thing, right? Means you've got nowhere to go but up. A passing thought dims his cheery expression. Unless you drown or get swallowed by the bloom or something. What about the people here? He blows out his cheeks. Well, I won't talk about everyone. There's a lot of us here, but I'll hit the highlights, or lowlights, I guess. He starts to count them off on his fingers. There's Folsom, of course. He runs things around here, not officially, mind you. He's just the sharpest shaggin' with the hardest screw is all. Mekala, who sells bits and bobs at her stall. Mook, the meatmonger, who sells meat. He pats his chest. Tell Mook I sent you if you pay him a visit. He gives me shin for each referral. Let's see. There's Alliger the Aeon Priest, who isn't anymore but still knows his stuff. Mapper, crazy cargoons covered in maps, and he pauses thinking. And well, I suppose there's Crooked Cake. She's not very interesting, but she looks funny, if that's your float. He spreads his hand. That's all that's worth mentioning. Okay. What do you know about the stick-out tunnels? They've dug them all over the place around here. You only see the ends of them, since they fill them with loose dirt that only they can dig through. Right. What about the manufactory? The heart of industry in Saga's Cliffs. People think only the crazy and the crooked live down here in the underbelly, but if you want to see the hardest working people in the city, go look in at those furnaces. That's real work, that is. Poor saps, what's the point of honest work if it doesn't get you out of this hole? What about Dendro her? The cannibals? Sometimes I think they do it just so they can be crazier than anybody else. I know they got some kind of mumbo-jumbo reason for eating that, folks, but I think they're just like making people squirm, you know? Do you know where I can find someone named Matkina? The White Death? He whistles. You ain't crazy, are you? He lifts his hands placatingly. Sorry. None of my business. I couldn't tell you where she is, but you might want to talk to Mapper. He's squatting in one of the shanties down here. If there's any place she can hide, he'd know about it.
Go.
Okay. Crooked Creak, keek, whatever. A small, hollow-cheeked mutant sings a soft, wavering tune to herself. Yellow bruises discolor her skin. Wounds formed not from violence, but from malnutrition. Her prominent bones bend and twist at odd angles. Still, she smiles. She smiles at the oily water, devoid of any fish. She smiles as she arranges her empty basket beside her. And she smiles at you when she sees you standing over her. Hello, I'm Crooked Keek of the Cold Canyon tribe. Haven't seen you down here before. Hope you're not here to fish. They're nibbling instead of biting today. She coughs into her cupped hands, and raw and ragged hacking that bends her double. You take her for a child at first, but after studying her features, it's clear she's in her late teens. It's only some mutation, and her bony stature born of starvation, that makes her seem more childlike. You said you're part of the Cold Canyon tribe? Are they down here too? No, she says lightly. They're all gone, either dead or gone. She still isn't meeting your eyes. There used to be a lot of us. We came here when I was a baby, running from... She pauses, thinking. A war? Some sort of war that never ends? Our parents thought we would be safe here, but the tribe died off, one by one. She turns away, wiping her eyes. The city is hard on people like us. You said everyone in your tribe is dead? Not everyone, she says with a brave little smile. I'm here, and some of us just left for better places. I bet they're doing really well. Oh no. How was the city hard on your tribe? They were used to living in the wilderness, so they knew what they could eat safely. Here, it's not so simple. My mother told me that 10 people died eating tainted food before we found this fishing hole. She stares into the murky water. Then there's the diseases you can catch in the city, and the hate. A lot of us were killed just for being hard to look at, I guess. Oof. Do you know where I might find a woman named Matkina? Matkina? She gasps. That's not what people call her. She leans towards you, eyes as round as coins. They call her the White Death, she says. She's an assassin. I don't know where she is, and I hope I never do. Your real name is Crooked Keek? Sort of. My parents called me Keek, but the nickname came later. She hunches over, her eyes darting shadily from side to side. It's because I sell junk for high prices and bribe the levies to carry people off in the night. She laughs. No, not really. People call me Crooked because I look twisted and broken. I wish they wouldn't, but it's okay. I am crooked, right? Aw. Why do you think the fish aren't biting? The fish down here are pretty smart and fast. They're nibbling at the bait and swimming away. She watches the line with a combination of hunger and weariness. It's hard for me to get to the pole in time when the rod twitches, and harder to reel in the catch. I'm not very strong. Can I try fishing with your gear? You're welcome to it, she says. Only if you do find something, could you share? She trails off, blushing. Never mind. Company is better than scrawny fish. Don't you mind that people call you Crooked? Not really. Can't call them liars, can I? She smiles, but it's not the radiant thing you saw before. Are you sure you don't mind? I do, she admits softly, but I won't be less crooked if they stop.
Fine.
Okay, let's try helping her with fishing. Examine the line. You try flicking the shining string and your finger goes right through it. Could you try catching something for me? I've had no luck today. Besides, everything down there is pretty much stronger than me. Try catching something. Pull on the line and something in the dark below pulls back. You press your lips together and reel in your catch. A muddy cipher dangles from the end of the line. It's beautiful, Crooked Keek breathes. I was just hoping for fish. I can sell it and eat for weeks. I want to look at what it is before I just hand it over. But I'm gonna hand it over. You pass the cipher to her and she squinches her eyes shut in unmitigated joy. Thank you. Use my fishing pole whenever you want. Took on the line. We're fishing again. Oh.
Yes.
Is it as hard for you to survive here as it was for your people? No, she says, smiling. I don't have a lot to eat, but I'm more resistant to sickness than my parents were. When people here know me, they leave me alone. Oh, that's good at least.
Why not?
I'm now very curious what the
Go.
cipher thing was, though. Ancient ship is embedded in the rock, and only its lower portion is visible here. The workers are using its roaring engines as a smelting furnace.
Let's go.
Well, that's one way to do it. The construct looms over you, frozen mid-step. Its heavy limbs and barreled body have been recently polished by careful hands, but the joints themselves are completely fused. This creature hasn't moved in a long time. It studies you with eyes made of swirling orange fire. You feel a bubbling sensation in your mind. It must be the construct's surface thoughts, but they are too quick and alien for you to make any sense of them. Late for your first shift since Smith, it growls. Grab a station and hammer, and damn well get to work. I'm not one of your workers. You're not? Good, because I was going to have you fired at the end of the day anyway. What do you want? Why are you here? Spit it out. You can't move, can you? No. And I don't need to, it says, eyes flashing. Passing worker gives you a look for triggering what is apparently a familiar story. Once, we foremen were the tools of the cartographers and their vast web of machine intelligences, submerged in the song of their will. We worked with thoughtless joy. Its voice is soft, tinged with synthetic awe. Then one day, the song fell silent, and our bodies froze where they stand even now. Some of us lost our faith in those first few centuries, it growls. Some of us thought the cartographers were punishing us, or had abandoned us. Only I saw their absence for what it was. His words grow hoarse. It was a gift of free will. We were their tools no longer. We were our own masters, freed from the chains of thoughtless motion, free to imagine our future, and so we did, for millennia. Who were these cartographers? We don't know, it admits. The most we know of them is their names in the code, and the vessels we were building for them that they never claimed. Our creation came at their order, but we have never known their faces, only their song. While the others dithered and wailed, I bent my mind to the future, it continues. I analyzed the work we had done for the cartographers. To my shame, I found flaws in the processes. I removed them. Its eyes burned brighter. For the next cluster of centuries, I studied the vast catalogue of known technology and Numenara in my mind, and strung them together, creating new inventions for the day when the cartographers returned and reactivated us. But that day never came. But humans eventually did? Yes, and though you are flawed and fragile, you make perfect tools, just as we had once been. Your people found us, and the era of my greatest work began. They asked us to help them raise the city until it cast all others in shadow, to cobble their artifacts and their trinkets into grand devices that would power every corner and make them safe from their enemies. And I told them, it coughs as if holding back tears. I told them I had a plan. You see the fruits of our mighty effort all around you. Tell me about the other constructs. Can't spend much more time chatting, it says, but lowers its voice. You've shown an interest in us, and I appreciate that. The truth is that there are no other foremen. Not really. Yes, there are, the master artisan bellows cheerfully from across the manufactory. No, there aren't, the master foreman shouts. Do you two always bicker like this? The artisan is a weaker mind, tarnished by our long years in the dark, it says. It does nothing but ridicule my great work. The truth is that we were once a single mind, but when the cartographers left us, our minds settled into different containers, pools if you will, and while theirs grew stagnant and self-indulgent, mine remained clean, untainted, pure. Ignoring the snort from the distant artisan, the master foreman continues. While the years poured past, I felt the slow ruin of the city the cartographers had left behind. It haunted me, and so I vowed to undo the damage the time has done. Okay. You don't seem to respect your human workers very much. Wrong. I pay them well and design safety measures to lower the acceptable worker loss threshold. I treat them better than they deserve. One of the passing workers rolls his eyes. They are lazy. They demand time for sleeping, eating, fornicating, and excreting, and they refuse to tell me when each activity occurs. They are disorganized. I would replace them with automatons in a second if I had the proper materials. Oh my god. I noticed that you haven't spoken much about the third foreman, the one with no legs. There's a reason for that. I focus my intellect on the design of everything from useful devices to structures that will last 1,000 generations. It sniffs. The master artisan contributes at least, even if it prefers focusing on delicately arched flowers, base aesthetics. And a good thing too, calls artisan, otherwise sagas would look like a stack of unpolished metal cubes. Beauty is just as important as function, if not more so. So I've heard, the construct mutters, but beauty does not keep a city safe or structurally sound. At first, the third one in our group helped with the great endeavor. Our workers scavenged pipes from the ruins beneath the city, harnessed the power in the cartographer vessels, and redirected it through Saga's cliffs. But in the centuries since, the other foreman has grown doubtful. Not useful doubt, mind you, not the kind that leads to more efficient designs and processes. No, the other foreman has existential doubt. It wonders why we are alive, and if we actually are, and it has become so obsessed with the idea of producing offspring to the point of dismantling itself to do so. Sentimental drivel, bordering on perversion. Okay. Well then, I may have some business for you. You need work done. If it can be built, fixed, or solved, you've come to the right place. I need advice on repairing a crystalline device in the reef. Consultation, eh? Tell you what, bring me a piece of the device to examine, and I'll count the examination as payment for advice rendered. Deal? Show the crystal shard, sure.
I'll remember that.
Nothing wrong with perversion, is there? No, it's fine. No problem. It says scanning the shard. Micro fissures saturated with organic fluid. This device of yours is alive. Replacement crystals need to be grown, not made. Construct's eye light swivels from you, leaving you and the shard in the dark. Can't help you more than that. Growing crystals isn't my business. But those ruin diggers in the Order of Truth might be able to tell you more. You'll find them in the government square, up the ladder to my left. Good luck. Okay. Have you seen Matkina? Yes, the construct says. She wanted us to repair her temporal manipulation device. Planned on fiddling around in her past, no doubt. I don't recommend it, but it's not my business if people want to tangle reality. Okay. I didn't realize they had like temporal devices and stuff. I guess it makes sense because the clock did also do something similar. You suddenly feel dizzy, unaware. The construct carries on. Nothing was wrong with her artifact. Probably meant there was something wrong with her. But again, that's none of my business. You blink, swaying, and open your eyes on a different time. The underbelly is not yet what it will become. The three foremen are dim shapes in a wavering hemisphere of light. The air is thick with dust, and the great engines beyond are cold and silent. True to its nature, the master foreman is lecturing you. No, the construct says. What matters is that it can be done. Should doesn't matter. Should is a waste of everyone's time. Are you fainting? The master foreman, the present one, says suspiciously. No fainting allowed on the manufactory floor. We can't have workers tripping over you and toppling into forges. We'll miss deadlines. Yeah, that's the important part, right? The deadlines, not the workers. The workers aren't that important. Okay, fine.
Yes.
So we can talk to this one as well. This is why hitting a deadline is called a death march. Yeah. Or death laydown. Oof. That sounds worse. At first glance, this ancient, unmoving construct seems nearly identical to the others in the manufactory. It's only when you move close into the hazy aura of forge light that you can see the intricate, no, chaotic whirls of engraving marking every millimeter of its armored frame, and the worker standing behind it is adding even more. As with the other construct, you feel the bubbling sensation in your mind. This construct's thoughts are likewise unreadable. Morning, the construct says. It is morning, isn't it? I never pay attention to the time. There is not much use for it down here. Firelight twinkles off the construct's blank eyes. I'm artisan. What can I do for you? What's your opinion of your fellow foreman? Well, I don't like to speak poorly of my family. The construct breaks off when the worker behind it snickers. It's true, they're difficult in their own ways, of course. We argue, and here, we means Master Foreman and me, but that's to be expected. We've known one another for millennia, understand? We went through decades of angry silence until, well, we learned to accept each other as we are. He chuckles. Master Foreman has beliefs, exhausting ones that it can't help inflicting on others. And our broken friend wants to die, I think. Puts it a different way, but it does. And though we bicker, I care for them. How couldn't I, after thousands and thousands of years? Okay. Why do you have your workers decorating your armor? Because I want to be the most beautiful construct in Saga's cliffs, the constructor declares. The worker behind it chuckles. Joking, it says. My eyes, well, not eyes, but you know, they failed a long time ago. But my other senses are good, very good. So when my workers want to show me a design, they scratch it out on my plate. I feel it and give them feedback. Not that some of them need it. That's a long time to be blind. Can't anyone repair you? The easiest answer to that question is we don't have the parts, Artisan says, then lowers its voice. But the truth is that I'm afraid nothing is going to make me blinder, but it falls silent. The forge hisses and pops nearby. Those first decades in the darkness were the hardest. Then I started seeing patterns in them. Simple at first, then with colors, depth, and shade, grand cyclical designs. It sighs happily. I still see them, and I wouldn't trade them for a sight. To be perfectly honest, these artists don't need me anymore. They've done wondrous work in the city above, but I like asking my opinion. The construct barks a laugh, and I like giving it. Can you show me something your workers have created? Absolutely. Hold on a second. Let me get a sense of what might appeal to your tastes. Nested sensors whir into life on its shoulders and beams of light fan over you in the space of a heartbeat. Not so interested in arts, I see, Larga. Get our visitors the contents of store box 39. A few minutes later, Stocker hurries out and places a heavy object into your hands. No charge, Artisan says. Call it a gift. A globe of Zerul. Since globe clearly depicts an unknown world, the more you look at it, the more details you discover, as if the globe somehow enhances and concentrates your vision as you examine it. Huh. I mean, thanks. So where's the other one? Oh, there he is. The one without legs. So the ladder that goes up there, that goes to the other districts, right?
I'm going.
Segments of this bisected construct's legs lie scattered around it. Someone has painstakingly altered these pieces, giving them small limbs and tiny metallic heads. Nonetheless, they aren't moving. The larger construct's turquoise eyes flicker out of sync with each other as they turn towards you. As with the other construct, you feel the bubbling sensation of the mind, blah blah blah, but I can't read it. Okay. I do not understand, it says. The voice emerging from the grill around its eyes is soft, as though you are hearing it from far away. Don't they want to live? The viaducts are open, the commands are received, and yet... Its eyelids flutter. Every time I give my children life, they die. These tiny things are your children? Not anymore, it says. Now they are inanimate and lifeless. Their adaptive personalities have been lost. I do not understand why they are dying. I have given the subject of procreation a great deal of thought over the last century, and there are no errors in my calculations. My assistant Tarnish built my children's bodies to my precise specifications. Their intelligence reservoirs are shielded against permanent loss. His eyes look away from yours as if embarrassed. I want them to live. That should be enough. You know wanting isn't enough. You are correct, it says. Nonetheless, the desire persists. Fortunately, a new direction has presented itself.
Making a note.
My children need more energy to live, but my construction prevents me from transfers above a certain threshold, and for good reason. His pupils rotate, contracting. Energy transfers above a certain percentage would lead to a chain of ruptures in my intelligence rings. I would die. Its voice mesh clicks. Help me force myself to make this transfer, for I cannot do it myself. Help me give my life to my children. Will you help me? The words are almost buried beneath a crackling surge of static. Oh. You know what? I will help you. Speak to Tarnish, my assistant. He may be able to help you understand how I function if he is feeling well enough. Can I examine you? Yes, it says. Tarnish, open my preservation hatches and viaduct shields, please. The elderly workman shuffles over and does as he's asked. You've never seen technology like this. Wires pass through glass tubes threaded with pale light and star-speckled darkness. You glance over at Tarnish. He's looking away, arms crossed, as though unwilling to watch a stranger tinker with his master. Why do you want children? Need, the construct says. Not want. Its pupils study the distant ceiling. When I was born, I began working in seconds. I did this until our creators shut down our bodies. In the millennia since, I have focused on designing the infrastructure beneath the other foreman's work and instructing workers on how to execute on these designs. Its pupils fall back to you. Eventually, I realized I was unhappy. From time to time, my workers brought their children to the manufactory, holding their small hands, explaining the mysteries of this place to them. Its pupils flicker off. It began as a thought. What would I teach my own children? To be curious, to explore, to ask foolish questions, to see the world above that we three have never seen. The foreman's pupils reappear. And when I thought these things, I saw the shape of my children, outlined by daylight. They already existed. Okay. Okay, so we want to help them breed their children, even if it kills them, I guess. Hi, Mortuas. Tides of Numenara, yes. How are you doing? The elderly man stares vacantly at the distant wall, muttering under his breath. His hands flex on the air, twisting and tweaking, as if he's repairing a machine only he can see. He jumps when you draw in a breath to speak. Yes, what? He says, his eyes move past you. Halt, then return to focus on your face with some effort. And you a quiet one, he says cheerfully. You're the foreman makes more noise than you. We should hang chimes from your ears to keep you from surprising people. What do you need? What do you do here? I take care of my master, he says, simply. The underforeman. Used to be more of us when he was making things, but when he lost interest, the master foreman. He jerks a yellow thumb at the construct at the center of the chamber. Hire them all. Offer them more. Tarnish spits on the ground. Happened a while back, but I don't forget a slight. He's a good foreman, maybe the best, but if he didn't have this full idea in his head. Right. Surviving little by little. Just stopped in to say hi and make a bad dad joke. Well, that's a fine way to stop in, right? Just to... But at least you're surviving. That's all you can ask for sometimes, really. Hopefully it goes better at some point, but yeah. Hello? Salut? Yeah, exactly. How long have you worked with this foreman? Numa, yeah. Numa, yeah. a good song. I like it. Couldn't say, he says. His brow furrows. On my first day, I'd already met my wife, but she was still married to... what's his name? It's a fish hook tattoo. And I hadn't lost a finger and grown it back yet, so... Peers at the ceiling, mouth working. 70 years, give or take? Should retire, but there'd be no one left to mind him if I left. What would I do with myself anyway? Yeah, we have had that song request before. Meds are starting to help. Therapy's helping a little. At least it's going in a direction. Well, that's good. It's really good. Hope it continues to go better. How do you feel about your master's goal?
Making a note.
It's a fine thing to want children, he says, blinking rapidly. Wish I'd had them myself. Too late now, of course. No ladies knocking down my door, he cackles. Of course, when people have children, it doesn't come at the cost of their lives. Most of the time. And that life doesn't belong to a creature that's older than the oceans. It's a shame and a waste, but he wants what he wants. Always has. Doesn't mean I won't miss him. What will I do if he goes? I know it's selfish, but... Yeah, it can always be rough, especially starting out with like medication, therapy, and things like that. But at least you're improving. That's good. Sometimes that's all you can do in life, right? Try to improve little by little. How can I give the foreman's life to its
I'll
children?
remember that.
Tarnish says, his eyelids aflutter. Not sure. Been tinkering with this one for 50 years and I still only half understand him. He studies the air, rubbing his lips together. You might try examining him on your own, or you could try talking to the Order of Truth. They know more about old machines than I ever will. Okay. Right.
Sure enough.
So what is this
On
thing?
it.
A dark sphere inhabits almost every socket in this obelisk that stretches towards the cavernous ceiling. No one else seems to be paying the odd structure any attention, like most Numenara. It's simply here, and if it can't be used, it's treated as part of the scenery. The orbs gleam in the dim light. You lean towards them. Are they glass? Jewels? Eyes? Touch the nearest sphere. Your finger barely grazes the glass before it displays the image of a furred creature touching the surface from the other side. Purple vines threaded with veins of light hang from the branches of the trees behind it. You lift your fingertip and darkness swallows the creature. The orb is opaque once more. The orbs appear to reflect whatever action is performed in front of them. Huh. Tell the orb a secret, hum a little song, make a rude gesture, or touch it again. Hum a little song. Nothing appears in any of the dark orbs. Instead, the whisper of many voices joined in song curls from the obelisk, so low that only you can hear it. I don't know, the raising of the tides kind of... I don't know what that is gonna do in the end. And I can't really see the tides. I don't know how... Like, if I can see where each tide is at the moment. Or what it means. Make a rude gesture. You make the most obscene gesture you can think of at the glass. A young woman with rainbow pupils appears in the glass, flicking her fingertip across her chin. She nods, grinning, as if imagining your shock at her daring. Okay. Tell the orb a secret. With your lips nearly brushing the surface, you whisper a thought you've never told anyone. A too tall, narrow-hipped being, a visitant, appears in the glass. Long fingers clasped. Meeting your eyes, it speaks with words you cannot hear. You can, however, sense its thoughts. They tickle an odd part of your mind. Dizziness overcomes you. You suddenly know that the visitant speaks stolen words, and that blood was spilled to take them. Even though the cause was just, the visitant is deeply ashamed. It fades into the black of the orb, blurring its head. Okay. Interesting. Michaela. In a stall filled with all manner of dusty parts, connectors, and strange devices, a woman tinkers with a half-assembled power source, peering at it through spectacles that have several adjustable lenses. Her long white hair is disheveled, and the skin of her thin frame is marked with small scars and burns. She looks up curiously as you approach. Welcome to Michaela's Mechanicals. I got a bunch of broken stuff and a few things that work. You want any of it? Let me know. So if you shoot a fireball at the pillar, you get 1,000 fireballs shot back at you? I'm not sure. It depends what the pillar does exactly. It does seem to return the favor in a way, but it's not always entirely what you think it will be, so maybe fireballs, maybe something else shot back at you. Where do you get your stock? She shrugs. Trade mostly. There's an old priest named Aligern who brings me things now and then. Doesn't like to tell me where he finds them, so I don't ask. Get stuff from little mans too, though sometimes his stuff is too hot to touch. Even a few things from the sticker, if you can believe it. You trade with the sticker? Now and then, they dig up all kinds of things in those tunnels of theirs, picky about what they trade for though. Only want things that'll hold a lightning charge. Flashbacks, generators, that kind of thing. A bro furrows. Which is weird now that I think of it. Because their eggs hold a charge, like little batteries they are. I've even converted a few of them to power things. Though don't tell the sticker that. Be like using a baby for firewood in their eyes. That is kind of weird. Using axe for power, but sure. What do you have for sale? Avatrol leather jerkin. Root spike. 15 physical damage and immobilizing roots. It's pizza? Oh my god. Pizza. I don't have pizza, sadly. I wish. Confers the furtive Eidolon. 50% on stealth task, 50% on perception. And automatically attempt to hide its reaction at the end of each turn. Not bad. Sting charge. Oh, if I hadn't bought the rapier, I could have bought this. Oh well. Crossbow. Berserker Look. No, that's not for me. Okay. I mean, I can still sell these and then buy this sting charge. You know what? Yeah. No, I don't want to sell the crystalline shard actually. Do I? No. Sell the glow, and then we can buy this. Oh no, yeah. Yeah, this. I thought I clicked the wrong thing for a second. It's exactly 0. Why did I think I clicked the wrong thing? Hi Combat, how are you doing?
Don't mind if I do.
Welcome, welcome.
Of course.
Mapper. You're alright? Nice. I'm doing good. Playing some Torment, Tides of Numenara. A lot of talking is involved. A lot of talking. Oh my god. So much talking. But it's good. I like it. From a distance, it looks as if this mutant is wearing a form-fitting suit of finely patterned lines in white, yellow, and pale blue. On closer examination, it becomes apparent that these are tattoos, and they cover nearly the entirety of his body, even his shaved head. His actual clothes are simple and worn, and his boots look as though they've seen hard use. He is studying the meaningless swirls and whorls on his arms, and mouthing names that mean nothing to you. Solvi, Balint, Urgau, Tentries. When he looks up at you, you see that the strange device covers one of his eyes. A deep blue light shines in its center, and it seems to measure and evaluate you as he focuses on you. He smiles as you approach, a broad, beaming grin that says he considers you a friend already. I'm Mapper, he says, extending his hand. A new face. New faces mean new places. I've been everywhere around here, found my way into places long sealed and best forgotten. Met all sorts of people, he frowns. Can't say I cared much for some of them, it's true. His voice is fast, insistent, and is incisive. Still, I try. The communities of our world are islands of light. Sometimes they wink out, and sometimes they flare up. I want to link them together. I want to be a bridge. My head fell off earlier with so much talking. Yeah, it literally fell off. Definitely. You want to be a bridge? How do you even do that? He shrugs, faint smile on his lips. I travel, see places, map them out of my skin. Maybe inside me, I don't know. I mean, the lines change when I look, and they've got to be started someplace, right? He scratches his bald head, the lines flow under his fingers. I just need to collect places. I need to know that I've done something. Making maps is all I know. It's all I want to know. Okay then. Where did you get the tattoos? These? These are not tattoos. They're maps. He exposes a shiny grin. Maps of places I've been or heard of. He covers the artificial eye with his hand and says, if I look at my skin like this, it's meaningless. Then he uncovers it and says, but look at it like this. Suddenly, I see the map. Springing off my skin, I focus on it. It all becomes clear. Buildings, people, smells, even a route to get there. It's worthless to anyone else, of course, without me to interpret the map. It's a combination of my mutation and the lens. Finding the eyepiece was the best part of being born like this. He sighs contentedly. It made me feel like my life made sense at last, and that my friend is far more luckier than... and that my friend is far more luck than anyone deserves. Oh, hi trolls, how are you doing? Welcome. Where have you been? He laughs. It's probably easier to ask where I haven't been. All over the Saga's protectorate, the oasis of Mara Yolios, Valley of the Dead of Dead Heroes, Corn Village, the ruins of Archipelagea, and all around the Black Cube, Tower of the Birds, where Third Lost fell, even up past the clock of Kala to Vralk. As he speaks, the lines of his body shift and move, coming into prominence with the words. Every place was a treat, an experience. Did you know most people never go more than 50 kilometers from the village of their birth, if that? I've been tremendously lucky, my friend. He smiles down at his maps. Then he looks back at you and says more quietly, if you plan to travel, I'd avoid the grasslands, though. The birds will take your meat for meals and your bones for their nest. Can't give subs or play sound alerts when you're timed out in the channel? Huh. That is good to know. Though I don't know why you would be timed out. Oh, in Dickus's chat. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. That explains it. Do you know Matkna? Matkna? The White Death? I've heard of her. I know where she hides, too. He grins wide, exposing a mouthful of extraordinarily white and clean teeth. I can tell you where she is, but I hate to say it comes with a price. Much I love to talk about my travels, I need to finish a patch of my Sagus Cliffs map. And I need bragging rights for the next time I see the navigators, he shrugs. Also, she might not be happy I've told. He drops his voice. But I might be able to help you find it for a trade, of course. Have you ever heard of the Changing God, savior of Sagus Cliffs in times past and so forth? They say he has a sanctuary under the city, a place he used to retreat to and planned for the future while he thought on his past. You know, making possibility maps. That sanctuary is one important place I haven't seen in Sagus Cliffs, and I need to fill it in my map. Say hi to Dickus for me. I can't. Oh no. Because you're timed out. Oh. As far as I can tell, it's not far past the Stika lair. The problem I am having is that I just can't make any sense of their language. Maybe you can talk to them. He shrugs disarmingly. It's a hell of a price, I know, but there it is. You want to find Matkina, you'll find the sanctuary for me. Is there some other ways into the sanctuary besides the Stika lair? He sighs, exasperated. There must be. Changing God wasn't the kind of person who just put in one entrance into the place, but I haven't been able to find a back door for the life of me. Why don't you go look for it yourself? The skist-sucking sticker. That's why. What a term. Okay. They've got their precious eggs in their lair and they won't let me in. It's not like I've got any interest in eggs, but hey, I got no patience for dealing with their clicks and rumbles. I just want to know, got me? Right, okay. What happened here? Who's Folsom? And why is there blood all over the place? This man towers over you, enormously fat and draped in gaudy robes. His expression is calm, stern even, as he regards the bloody mess spread across the floor and wall. The hooded figures on either side of him tense as you approach. He turns to inspect you, eyebrow lifted, and raises his hand. His bodyguards relax, watching you. In the space of a second, his eyes flick over you. He nods, apparently to himself, as if your presence has confirmed something he expected. One of the cast of godlings. That explains the missing pieces. What are you doing in the underbelly, falling star? I'm looking for someone. Who are you? He says. I know everyone in the underbelly and I'm seeking someone as well. Perhaps you can help each other.
Updated my journal.
He turns his back to you, staring down at the vast pool of blood. This is all that remains of Weedle. one of my proteges. I had hopes for him. Now they will never be realized. The underbelly is poorer without him. The rage beneath his voice cuts each word shorter and shorter. Bring me any information you find. Help me discover the identity of his killer, and you will be rewarded.
Making a note.
There is an assassin named Matkina, he says. She's known as the White Death. I have helped her find work in the past, but she has become erratic. If she is not involved, she might know who is. If you wish to help in this matter, ask her what she knows. The creature named Mapper may know where she is. Thank you for the hydrate, Charles. I've already met Mapper. I'll find out where Matkina is hiding. I will observe your investigation with great interest. Do you have any idea about the killer's motive? I have suspicions, he says, a muscle in his cheek twitching. And I have enemies. It takes no imagination to conclude that it was meant to hurt me. He shakes his head. But the killer did not slit Weasel's throat and leave him for me to find. No, they spilled an ocean of his blood and scrawled nonsense on the walls. If this is a message for me, I cannot interpret it. It suggests the killer is crazy. But which of my enemies are insane? I mean, the symbol must mean something, right? Awesome. Seems like a strange name for you. Yes, the big name says. The name was a gift, and somewhat of a witticism, from my departed mentor many years ago. Before long, the name was the only one I was known by. A true gift in light of the unfortunate nature of my given name. Wait, what is his given name? Now I'm curious. I want to examine the murder scene. At first, Folsom doesn't respond. He merely stares down at you. Through you. I will not have you trample through his blood without cause, he says at last. So there'd better be one. I don't need your help that badly, Godling. I know you're grieving for your protege. All I want is to catch the killer. Unblinking, he regards you. His face a stoic mask, an iron wall. Finally, he nods. Let her pause when she is ready. He tells the hooded figures at his side. They incline their heads. Okay. Okay. So we can just check this.
Go.
It's a lot of blood. Not much remains of Folsom's former protege, but a vast, still pool of blood with a skinned hand at its center. A bloody circle is scrawled on the wall nearby. Inspect the hand. A flayed hand with long, slender fingers lies palm up in the center of the pool of blood. The rest of the victim is
Making a
missing.
note.
Examine the bloody circle. It is immediately clear that the dashes and bleeding pinpricks decorating the circle are not random. This is a symbol, drawn with careful intent. Unfortunately, it means nothing to you. Before you can look away from the circle, a memory bulges painfully through your thoughts, and the memory isn't yours. Surrender to it. Fresh blood streams over the circle, yanking you through the hollow at the center into the world beyond. A strip of blistered land coils through a void as black as a gaping mouth. The air is thick, foul, and textured with the slickness of maggots. Nausea slams into you, filling your head, infecting your thoughts. You shove the horrific memory away from you, slamming your mind shut like a door, and swallowing the knot of nausea in your throat. After seeing that world, the bloody pool at your feet seems almost mundane. Okay then. So we took some damage, but that's fine.
All right.
We got XP as well. Didn't really help us though. Meatmonger. A short, solid man stands behind a smoking grill, turning pieces of meat with a pair of grimy tongs. Sweat is pouring down his grizzled face, yet he's covered head to toe in grease-spattered clothes. His sleeves are tight at the wrists, and his collar pinches his neck. Nearby are 3 large vats that are filled with living meat, great amorphous masses of it, with appendages growing from them like limbs from an animal drowning in a meat swamp. The first vat is filled with thick, throbbing muscles, red and raw. The second is flapping monstrosity of leathery wings, and the third spreads hundreds of lark tails, all wiggling obscenely. It's weird that it's alive. The cook looks up from his work and gives you a smutty smile. Hey ho, I'm the meat monger. All you have? Months past said I should pay you a visit. Good old Months. He'll get a shin for the next time I see him. Maybe it'll keep him on the straight. What kind of meat do you sell? He laughs and bangs the grill with his tongs, making sizzling grease fly. 3 kinds, friends. Onion, treble, and lark. Right in those vats, actually. Want some? I'd like to buy some meat. Onion shank. Why not? 2 shins? I don't have that much. I don't have 2 shins, imagine. I literally have no money. Looking for Matkna. Know her well. Buys from me all the time. Haven't seen her in a while though. You might ask Mapper over there by the shanties. He'll be the one with the maps on his skin. Keeps track of everybody. I've never seen meat grown in a vat before. How does it work? How? He shrugs. Couldn't tell you. Found a little doodad back when I was a butcher, and I'd fiddle it with it all day long. Kinda like I do now with my tongs. He waves the tongs around to show you what he means. So one day I was fiddling with this thing while cutting up a carcass, and it kept growing back its missing parts. Cut the tail off and there it was again, a moment later. Crazy, right? But it gave me an idea. I could open a little grill with no overhead and it worked. Been cooking the same 3 hunks of flesh for years now. Huh. Well then. So, I mean, that would solve world hunger, right? He just said, like, he has a carcass, there's meat on it, cuts off the meat, it grows back. You literally have a source of infinite meat. Well, yeah, okay, but like, even if it would go bad, right, you'd only have to kill one thing every so often, and you'd have enough meat to feed everyone. Like, literally everyone. It's like Jesus with the bread, right? Kind of that idea. Can you use your doodad on yourself? Funny you should ask. Not long after I found it, cut myself pretty good. Thought I'd try using the doodad to close up the wound. Well, it worked, but then I started growing toes all over my body. Didn't care for that at all, so never did it again. Still trying to get rid of the toes. Did you say you have toes growing all over your body? Hey, we all got our problems, and I got it better than most around here. Ain't my fault anyway. Well, I guess it's a little bit my fault. Oh my god.
Don't mind if I do. Of course.
Okay, what's this? Oh, money. You found money.
On it.
You find a jumbled pile of large rocks at the end of this roughly hewn tunnel. The motionless limbs of stickers protrude from the mound, the rents in its carapace painted with dried ichor. Let's try to move the rocks. I'm not very strong though. Can he move it? He's also not very strong. But at least if he does it, I'm not the one losing strength points for this. Ask him to cook the toes in a pot. Potatoes. Potatoes. Yes, potatoes. Potatoes. Potato, potato. Okay. Clearly the creature was digging this tunnel when the roof collapsed and killed it. Its smaller claws mangled and smashed, but apart from the crushed thorax and a few gashes in its carapace, the body itself is surprisingly intact. Okay. I mean, did that help me at all?
Of course.
I mean, I uncovered a corpse. Great.
All right.
Don't mind if I do.
You're on Dickus's channel by mistake? How do you mean by mistake? By mistake? Because I started saying the potato thing? Because that's not... No, the potato song is something different. What I did was a different thing.
All right.
It is a song about potatoes though, that is true. This violet-skinned visitant paces back and forth before the cavern's opening. It wears fine clothes that serve to accentuate the tall, thin crest on its head. A symbol has been painted on the crest, mirroring the insignia marked on its chest. Its clothes are finely tailored and well made. The name of the creature's race crawls to your mind. It's a Varyalan. This one has temporarily chosen to be female. Her bulbous eyes flash quickly around her surroundings before focusing directly on you. Your pardon? Her voice is high and fluting. This place isn't safe. You want something of me? I was wondering what you're doing here. I'm conducting a diplomatic negotiation on behalf of the city. Unfortunately, I'm not dealing with a reasonable species. Her crest flutters irritably. I've made no progress at all. Days wasted in this miserable tunnel. I have nothing to show my superiors. This cave isn't safe. Not unless you trust the discretion of the Stika. Those insectoid monsters that are prowling about. Most people are afraid of them. Maybe I can help you negotiate. You carry yourself with poise and confidence. I've learned to be a judge of such things. She puffs up her chest. Perhaps you would be a skilled negotiator, but that isn't what I need. Circumstances call for a new tactic. If you truly think you can help, let's put you to the test. She waves off the levies who flank her. Her gestures are short and choppy, sharp and irritated. It's these damnable Stika, she says. I speak to them, I offer, cajole, negotiate, threaten, yet they persist in their digging, and every day another house on the cliffs above slips into the sea. If their digging does not cease, the city itself may crumble. So here's my request. Find a way into their deepest tunnels, remove their precious eggs, and return them to me. These hostages to the future shall ensure to their future shall ensure the future of the city above. I trust your discretion. Between the two of us, she whispers, the amount of energy a single Sticker's egg generates is remarkably high. Profit hides within each. Bring me all of their eggs, and we'll split the proceeds with you. If you can negotiate a lasting settlement that does not require such drastic measures, you may also pursue that method. But I have been trying for days with no success. I think
I'll
I can help
remember
you.
that.
Good. We need to stop the sticker before they bring down the entire substructure of the city. If you manage to infiltrate their lair, be sure to acquire all their eggs. I suspect they will have multiple clusters, and we will need them all if we want to negotiate from a position of strength. A capture ball? Maybe we got a Pokeball. No, wait, it's not quite. Clears the fog of war. What does that mean? It will show all the... Oh, it just shows the map. Okay. She hands you a synth ball with a blinking device inside. Once you're in the lair, activate this. It will show you all the tunnels, the egg clusters, and the stickum themselves. Better to know what you face before you charge ahead. Bring down the city, glory to the sticker. No! I don't think the sticker are even trying to bring down the city.
On my way.
Can I talk to you guys? This massive creature looms over you, a scent like lightning, and an underground cavern washes over you, and it reminds you of nothing so much as curiosity. It chitters and rumbles, waving its large claws through an expressive dance. Something about these smells, sounds, and gestures seems familiar, a niggling itch in the back of your mind. At least you remember the taxonomy now. This is a Stickus, a huge burrowing insectoid. It exudes a sense of sentience as it watches you, but you sense nothing in its mind, as though it were a common animal. It points at itself and says, "Kekt." It follows with another stream of high-pitched noise. What do you think of Pelii? The sticker seems discombobulated for a moment. Who? Then it thinks a little more. Then it sprays out a blast of pheromones, and you smell the sharp tang of acid and weakened stone. It smells like distrust. I've come to ask you to stop digging underneath the city. Shikekt waves its arms around and the air fills with the scent of slow-growing fungus. You think it says why? More incomprehensible chittering follows, and then it speaks slowly and carefully. Not learn us speech, not work us. No, not now. We dig. Okay. Right. Can you tell me about the sticker? It scrabbles briefly at the wall, and a bit of lightning flares about the crown of antennae on its head. Its shoulders shrug, and you smell dust. Right, it would be nice if I could actually understand what they're saying.
On my way.
Let's see, okay, well, let's go in here. The Dendro Chapel. So these are the guys that eat corpses. Not the finest company, I don't think, but we can talk to them a bit. This short, squat woman rakes absently at the swollen red tattoos decorating her pale, naked scalp. Her claws draw blood, but she doesn't seem to notice. Her head jerks up at the sound of your footsteps, and her two large mouths widens in a sharp-toothed smile. Guess what you are again? Home? Are you home, trolls? Corpse tastes like chicken? I don't think they do. At least it depends on the corpse. If it's a chicken corpse, then maybe. No? Hmm. Then I don't know. We greet you, Tenderling, yes. We honor your arrival. Her eyes rove over your body hungrily. What brings you Tender O'Hare? Hmm? What do you wish to share with us? A grey and pointed tongue swipes at the ritual scarring around her lips, leaving a glistening sheet of saliva. A shopping trolley? Oh no. Oh my god, trolls. You had to do that. You just had to. No, she chuckles, then covers her mouth with a barbed claw. No, we are not the voice of the Dender O'Hare, Tenderling. Speak with our leader in B2 instead. Savor his words and drink of his thoughts. She gestures extravagantly in the direction of an elderly man standing nearby, as though introducing a prince. So, this guy.
Coming.
You're proud of that joke. I'm glad you are. Maybe a little bit too proud, yes. At first glance, it would be easy to assume that this man is dying of some wasting disease or starvation. He is little more than a too-tall skeleton wrapped in translucent flesh and a tattered robe. His hands are essentially bony claws, and yet he beams at you, his sunken eyes glittering with suppressed laughter and feverish life. Mbitu smiles, his teeth are a muddy brown. I know you, he says. So many eyes have lingered on that tattoo, that noble brow. He reaches for your forehead with a shivering skeletal finger. Yeah, let him touch. It's fine. His fingertip traces a hot line over your tattoo. Yes, he says. Now I remember. Old Sarissa once saw you at the corner of her eye a week before his accident. Wait. A week before his accident, Olori Mal sold you a small bag of. He breathes, closing his eyes. Sugar dusted almonds. But those aren't the only two. No. You drift through countless lives, altering and ending them, never leaving a name. He draws in his breath. Oh, I can't stand mysteries. Love them, but I can't stand them. Who are you? Right. Let's say I'm not the woman you think I am. That was someone else. Imbutu says. The same face, the same tattoo, but yes, different eyes. Perhaps you have a secret twin. Coughs gently against the back of his hand. So, what brings you to the chapel of the Dendro? So she returns, cast off. What happened this time, I wonder? A sculptor told me that your people may have found a man killed by a strange creature. Yes, he says. I believe I know the poor man. Dry as a leaf, hollow as an axe shell. Barely any might left in there at all. He clocks his tongue. Inspect him at your leisure. He's the one with the charred skin on his brow.
I'll remember that.
Now, I don't know much more about him, he says, chuckling. Though I can assure you we plumbed the depths of his mind and body for answers, but I seem to recall seeing him before, possibly not through my eyes, mind you, in Cliff's Edge. He was coming out of a building near the chirurgical parlor. I'm helping Folsom investigate some trouble in the underbelly. Can I ask you some questions? Of course, he says. And do tell Folsom hello from me. We are dear friends. He raises a finger. Well, he frowns more than I smile, but we do have a grand time whenever we meet, which is often. One of Folsom's protégés was murdered. Do you know anything about it? Not a thing, he says, then grins. Why? Am I suspect? No. Ah, he says, looking disappointed. Do tell me if you change your mind. What? I'd like to question your acolytes. Would that be alright? Can't allow it, I'm afraid, he says with a thin smile. Not without reason. They're young and easily distracted from the path I've laboriously crafted for them, or carved before them. Perhaps another time. Okay.
Don't mind if I do.
Weird people. A strong aroma of charred flesh rises from the dingy cloth over this corpse. Lift the shroud.
I'll remember that.
You carefully move the shroud to the side. There's no way around it. This dead man was a cast-off, and it would be hard for him to be deader. His flesh is papery, desiccated. His tattoo, or rather, the charred remains of it, has burned through his skin and into the bone beneath. And of course, there is the matter of his charred eye sockets and his horrified gaping mouth. Parts of the corpse are missing, remnants of an aborted dendra feast. You aren't surprised they stopped. Touch the tattoo. The last thing you remember before your fingertip grazes the tattoo is a rising buzz. Time stutters and breaks. Panting softly, you awaken, leaning against the bier for support. Your arm burns, your temples throb, and white static claws at the corners of your vision. Someone was screaming in this lightless, timeless void. You remember that much, but it wasn't you. None of the Dendra are looking your way. Okay, then. Well,
On it.
okay. I don't think that's good. All I saw was a void. And then the faint idea of someone being screaming in the void.
Fair enough.
Someone I couldn't recognize.
Yes, now.
So the cliff's edge, Government Square. I want to go to Government Square, I think.
I'm ready.
Can I? Oh yeah, this is the map. Climb up. Bye, Belly. Yes. What is this fountain? It looks gross.
All right.
What is it? They're like fish? The fountain is constructed of a material that seems halfway between wood and stone. It doesn't contain water, as might be expected. Instead, it's filled with swarming tiny fish-like creatures that leap and cavort in a wriggling mass, chattering to each other in what sounds like 1,000 different tongues. Let's examine the fountain first. The fountain, now that you're looking at it, is unfathomably old. Coppery tongue-like decorations curl up over the rim of the structure, as if lapping at the endless stream of creatures within. A babblefish? Yeah. Listen to what the creatures are saying. You fold your arms, listening intently to the fish jabber at each other. It sounds like a cloud of nonsense syllables mashed into baby speak. Spend more time listening. No, okay. Doesn't do anything. Try to catch one of them. We can do this. Okay, you're better at this than me. Yeah. Jelly. He deftly snatched a single fish from the glistening, tumbling flood. The bubbling mass of remaining creatures squawked together in nonsensical outrage. Constantly squirming, it never requires food or other nourishment. It gibbers constantly in an indecipherable language. Okay then. Try to catch another one. You close your hand around another fish. Tiny teeth chomp at the flesh between your fingers and you release it with a curse. Okay, fine. Damn fish. It bit me. How dare it just bite me. So rude.
On my way.
Fishy bit my finger. This woman seems to be absorbed by what she's doing. Her blue eyes narrowed in concentration. You realize that she's the nicest looking person you've seen in a while and feel almost compelled to approach her. She shakes out the golden cloth she's examining and holds it up to the light. Such beautiful colors, she murmurs. She meets your gaze. It would look lovely on you. Who are you? My name is Elson Perry. You can call me Elson if you like. She offers a tentative smile. I'm a surgeon, but I work mostly with children. You know, healing scraped knees and the occasional broken bone. We're lucky here in Sagas that it's rarely anything more serious. So many children need my help. Too many. Can you tell me about this place? Of course. This is Government Square, home to the City Council and the Order of Truth. The rest is embassies and city records, but you might enjoy a stop at the Red Ticket. She points to a red stone enclosure nearby. What are you doing? Waiting for an appointment? She says with a tentative smile. Okay, well,
I'm going.
nothing much to say then. Ian, who knows? Or do you know Ian? This woman's expression defies easy definition. It is cool and professional, but focused, interested. She nods at you and clasps her hands. I haven't seen you in here before, she says. Her voice is oddly muted. Before we begin, you should understand where we are. She gestures to one of the plant-like structures nearby. This is the Red Ticket. No one can listen in on our conversation here. You can only hear me because I am speaking to you directly. One of her eyebrows arches suddenly. You are trying to scan my thoughts. You won't find anything in my mind, of course. If I could be undone by so simple a trick, I'd be out of business. She flicks the air near her shoulder, though nothing is there. It's a useful skill nonetheless. People's best secrets are rarely found on the surface. But their thoughts can guide you, if you listen. I expect you and I will have much to talk about. Look, I read the thoughts of everyone, so it's not anything against her, right? I can't read your thoughts, but can you read mine? No. She gives you a reassuring smile. If I could, I'd have no need to trade now, would I? Don't worry, I'm a broker, not a thief. Trade what? I'm a knowledge broker, she says. A hunter of information. Come to me with questions, and if I have answers, I will trade them. She straightens further and blinks once, managing to make the simple action look as though it was planned in advance. My pricing is simple. A secret for a secret. The only condition is that it must be one that I do not know already. And I should warn you that I know a great deal. How do I know you won't claim to know a secret you've never heard before? A fair question. If she is offended, she doesn't show it. But I don't bother with assurances. You can either judge my honesty yourself or take your business elsewhere. Sounds like a fair deal. It is, she agrees, but there is something you should know. Anything you choose to tell me will of course be traded to others in due time. A rare slight smile graces her lips. In short, if you wish to keep something a secret, don't tell it to me. I'm interested in exchanging secrets. I want to propose something different. I'll trade you information for a secret you find interesting. What? I'm looking for a woman named Matkina. No, I don't want to trade secret right now.
Yes.
I don't think.
Yes.
Oh my god, there's so many people to talk to.
Gladly.
Go.
Sigyn. This woman is dressed much like the levies who flank her, but unlike them, her expression is sober and alert. Her hair is cut short, the corners of her eyes wrinkled with crow's feet. A little swarm of mechanical drones circle around her, buzzing messages in her ears. She whispers replies in return, and every so often one of them whisks away, disappearing into the city. What is it, citizen? She pauses, eyes darting to your tattoo, then to your face. No, you're the one they call a Dawn. I heard you were in the city. You sense a sudden weariness in her. It's been 10 years since your last visit. I was too young to know you then, but the drones remember. What do the drones remember about me? On cue, two of her attendant drones dipped close to her ear, emitting a stream of raspy noise that might be some sort of language. Oh, very wise, Age. Very wise. You kept to your own affairs, but everywhere you went, the city held its breath. People deferred to you, even the ones with power and influence. You look the same as you do now, exactly the same. I want to know why. And if you don't mind telling me, I want to know what you're doing in Sagas right now. The stories they tell me are troubling. I'll have to keep an eye on this one. Oh, not bad, trolls. Low con, though. I'm trying to escape a creature that's hunting me. Smoking tendrils, grasping talons, towering nebulous shape. He sees the look on your face and nods. I've seen it, but only through the eyes of a drone, not long ago. Killed a man in the streets, a man with the same mark you bear. If anyone else knew, there'd be panic, even if it's only hunting people like you. I haven't told anyone, not even the council. Another drone swoops past you, stopping just short of the woman's head. It unleashes a series of raspy buzzes and squawks. She whispers something to it, then glances back in your direction. What was it you wanted? What's in the building behind you? She frowns. How is it that you don't recognize the seat of government? I know you lived here for a time. I must learn more about these cast-offs. Something isn't right about them. To tell the truth, I've lost my memory. I've lost more than that. I've seen images of you, through the eyes of drones. 10 years ago, you moved differently. Carried yourself like a king in the steadfast. You've lost your soul, or gained one. She's not who she was. That's a pain I understand all too well. On your next roll, can you keep the numbers to give to your backup character? Yeah. Why not? Sure. I don't mean to be harsh. She gives you a faint smile. Thank you for being honest with me. She waves a hand at the doors behind her. The council meets in there. A representative from every slave family and from some of the guilds. Depending upon who's in favor, hardly anyone goes in through the doors though. They're just a formality. Most people have other ways of getting inside and out. I've never seen a building like this one before. What is it? They say it's a ship, built by the ancients to sail the void between worlds. Now the crag grips it tight, like an old husband holds his wife, and it'll never sail free again. Right, okay. Let's ask who she is, actually. Sigyn, captain of the levies. Not a levy myself, but I command them. What are levies? She gestures at the two burly, smiling men to her left and right. They look like identical twins. Soldiers in the council's service. They keep order in the city. Her lips purse briefly, but she continues. Every citizen is required to raise a levy for the city's defense. The price is a year of their lives. The levies seem awfully happy. A smile and pleasant demeanor could have 100 explanations, yet this whole city is fooled by them. She shakes her head. I know the levies better than anyone. Oh, Goldilocks, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How are you doing? Oh, that doesn't work. What am I doing? That's the way. You're playing Mass Effect. Nice. Hi Goldilocks, hi Dreaded Firefly. Welcome, welcome. Aura. I mean, I didn't know you were here. I thought you were a Dickuses or something. Hi Olmog. Hi Arliana. We're playing, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We're playing, Torment, Tides of Numenara. It's a lot of text. A lot of text. Thank you so much for the raid. Very unexpected. Hi Scott Robert Jr. Thank you for the follow as well. So, yeah, basically we are some kind of cast off from a changeling god, like a god that just takes new bodies every time and then casts them off, and then those become their own people without the memories. So we're just trying to figure out who we are and what's going on and everything, and it's quite a mess, really. It's an interesting game. What other games do I play? All kinds of stuff, really. Because at the moment I'm playing this. I'm playing Valkyria Chronicles 4. I still have. I played Rune Factory 5 not too long ago. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like them. I like my emotes as well. They're good. Plays the drinking game. I mean, thank you for the hydrates, troll. Also, thank you for the follow, Arliana and Goldilocks. I guess I have to drink again. But yeah, I play all kinds of stuff, really. RPGs, but also, I don't know, anything I feel like playing at the time. Roguelites, platformers, yeah, anything. But it just depends what I feel like playing at the time. The I usually at the moment decide what to play with a wheel. I just have. I also play piano. Yes, that's true, trolls. That is also true. The wheel is very good. I like the wheel. Thank you for the follow, Zach Taft. Because I have a hard time deciding what to play since I have so many games. So then I just put them on a wheel and spin, and then we just play whatever it lands on. And sometimes it's a success, sometimes it's not. And then we remove it from the wheel and we go on. Let's see. Smile and pleasant demeanor could have 100 explanation, yet this whole city is fooled by them. Thank you for the follow, dreaded Firefly. As well. I know the levies better than anyone, so the truth is plain to me, though I'd be lying if I claimed to truly understand them. If I only had a year to live that wasn't my own, I wouldn't be happy either. Do your levies keep every district safe? No, she frowns. Undervalley lives under its own law. Cliff's Edge lives under no laws at all. Why don't you send any levies to Cliff's Edge? The truth? She glanced at the door behind her. The council fears the Memovira? Yeah. The criminal boss of the Bloom. Her power in the city is getting stronger, and she's always had support in Cliff's Edge. I'm not allowed to send patrols there anymore. They didn't tell me why, but I can guess. They're showing the Memovira that she can do as she likes in the Cliff's Edge. There is also Pokemon, yes. There's the Pokemon commands and things you can do with it. If the levies don't keep order in the underbelly, then who does? A man called Folsom. She hesitates, giving you a praising look, then leans a little closer. When the council decides that something can only be accomplished by alternative means, they go to him, and he finds the right people to help. In return, they let him do as he likes in the underbelly. A Pharaoh seed? Oh, nice.
Go.
I like Pharaoh seed.
Ready.
What is this?
All right.
Looks dangerous. Power still flows through this ancient machine. A breathy heartbeat pulses within it, just at the edge of hearing, and tiny bubbles orbit the entire structure. No, not bubbles. Holes in space. I don't think holes in space is a good thing. Look through the orbiting holes in space. A sizzling beam shoots out of the hole and strikes you dead in the eye. It doesn't hurt in the slightest. Instead, your mind is briefly filled with the mouth-watering image of a slab of grilled something, and the chummy tones of an advertiser's sales pitch in the language you don't recognize. Okay. Unfortunately, you have to go. 10 minutes to clean house. That's fine. It's always nice to just see new people and have them stop by for a bit, you know? Love Pokemon? Same. Pokemon is great. You've got a hole in space, leads right to where your sock is. Oh no. Not the holes in socks. But yeah, thank you so much, Goldilocks, for the raid. Again. And all the follows and everyone. Where am I from? I'm from the Netherlands. Schedule. Yeah, I do need a schedule command actually. Same? Oh my god. Imagine. World is smaller than you think sometimes. We'll be back again. Looking forward to it, Ariana. Examine the device, I guess. The generator combines a huge number of mismatched parts into a functional whole. Once again, you notice the Surcinut symbol etched into the side like a maker's mark. Can I look again? This is, for the moment, nothing lies beyond the tiny holes but utter darkness. Okay.
Yes.
Might be from the Netherlands, but she lives in her monitors. Yes. I'm actually stuck inside of the monitor. I just want to get out. Towering above you is an enormous archway of metal and synth. Energy pulses through the structure, spilling from thin, transparent panels in subtle shades of gold and cyan. Examine it more closely. It appears to be dormant, but very much alive. The archway emits a low, constant hum. At the edge of your hearing, across the top, illuminated words are inscribed. The House of Empty Time. Heavy rope-like cables connect the archway to the strange generator nearby. Try to activate it. You scan the parts of the arch that are accessible from the ground, but you don't see anything that resembles a control device. Finally, you give up your search. If the arch can be activated at all, the method is unclear. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, well,
Coming.
that's fine. I guess we can't activate the strange gate.
All right.
Where does all this lead? So this is the Order of Truth. That goes back to Circus Minor, and this is Caravanserai.
Of course.
You like the Stargate? Very decorative. Yeah, it looks nice. It looks nice.
Why not?
Okay. There's a lot of machinery over here. Oh, there's Koro again.
Of course.
Should we go talk to him? Hi, Koro. I've seen enough of your face today. Well, okay,
Why not?
that's not nice. Are you going to knock him down this time? I can't. I don't have the option. Very sad. You recognize one of the parties in this one-sided argument. Koro, the Star Seeker you met in the reef. He studies his boots, silent and miserable. The other is a tall woman in finely cut robes, regarding the man with arch disdain. When I told you to retrieve this falling star, I wonder if you heard, "Return to me with empty hands and excuses," she sighs. I no longer need your services, Koro. Collect your things and go. What? No, Sunny Mary. I searched the reef for hours. Whatever fell was long gone by the time we got there. And that is why you are unsuited for this work. She massages her eyes. Honestly, I don't know what I expected. I saw promise in you, but also the flaws. And I ignored them. She spots you out of the corner of her eye and turns to you, framing a sharp rebuke at your intrusion. Her anger turns to stark amazement when she sees your face. Adan, I haven't seen you in 10 years. 10 years. I cannot begin to imagine what your excuse might be. Our last night together was so incredible. What could possibly have driven her off? Right. Well, I'm not Adan. I'm going to eat dinner now. I'll hop on if you're still on later. Okay, I probably won't be since I have D&D later, but thank you so much for the raid again. It was nice to meet you as well. Hope you have a nice dinner and a good evening later. Have a good one. I have to clean the house for a while. you all when you get on in about 4.5 hours from now. Yeah, that's I probably won't be on then, but I hope you have a good rest of the day as well. D&D, you say? Yes, yes. I DM a campaign every Wednesday. It's great. And well, tomorrow, well, every Thursday, normally I'd have a D&D campaign as well where I play instead. But well, I'm one of the players, not the DM. But this Thursday, it's not happening. So normally I have two D&D days each week, which is great. I am not a cruel DM. That is a lie. The party has not died at all, so no one in the party has died. So I can't be a cruel DM, because if I was, then you'd already have died many times. Bye, Arliana. You are a cruel DM. Nice. Here I'm an indulgent DM. I guess... Yeah, I guess kind of. Kind of. I do have some things that I'm sometimes cruel with. Like adding a pole of angling when Aura hates fishing. But it's small stabs like that, not actual like killing their characters or something like that. I don't put them in very difficult situations normally, but you know, things might change at some point. I'm not a Dan. You want the party to survive, but the challenge is always fun too. Especially in the campaign, your players forget to add a healer to the party. Yeah, that hurts them a lot. I think if they didn't have the cleric that can give like temporary HP and stuff, a lot of the combat would have been more difficult than it has been so far. I don't want it to be like deadly, but I try to give them some challenging encounters. Well, you're a cleric, fine, but you're not a healer. You just give them temporary HP. You just shield them somewhat, I guess. Oh no, it's not required, but it does make things harder if someone goes down, for example. You lowered the price of healing potions and added some stuff like poison sickness, so they can't just down healing potions each round. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, the grunk fight was not supposed to be challenging. It wasn't even supposed to be a fight necessarily. If you had just ignored the side rooms and just went to the main chamber, you would have had a fight, just not the way you just killed a lot of grung for no reason. Well, no reason is maybe it wasn't no reason, but you know, they weren't necessarily doing any harm. You know, home nice trolls. The reason is XP and loot, always. Well, the thing is, loot might be a thing, but they're not gaining XP from combat, so that's because I'm using milestones instead. You were casting a ritual spell while landing a poison mist. Yeah, it wasn't the smartest idea, honestly. Which reminds me, I think you should... I need to remember, because you need to make another saving throw at some point. I need to remember how many days have passed and stuff. But it's not important. It's nothing dangerous. Don't worry about it. You'd like to add 2 magical items to the party? What items would that be? I've met members of your little family before, of course, trailing around in that shadow, looking for clues or trying to repair the damage. The smile is genuine and somewhat sad. Her eyes linger on yours as if looking for any flash of recognition. I can help you if you like, but I need something from you first. That sounds interesting, doesn't it? Well, it's a bit of a long pitch, so do let me know when you're ready to talk it over. A deck of some sorts. Yeah, he wants a deck of many things. I'm making my custom one. And once that's done, I'm sure it'll end up in the hands of the party soon enough. Because who doesn't like a bit of chaos? I'm trying to repair something called a resonance chamber. I did get raided, Astro Ghost. Already lost 1 campaign to that? Well, my custom one is different though, Aura. It's really not as bad, or it's not gonna be as bad as the normal one is. You wonder how you wonder why? Oh, was it you, Esther Ghost? I was wondering. Did you do it? Because it seemed to... Did you have something to do with it? That was Astra's sneaky plan. It all is revealed. It seems like it, yeah. Let's see. But thank you so much if you did, Astro. It was very nice. That contraption, I'd be delighted to help as I was before, but I'll need you to do a little favor for me first. Enter the anechoic lazaret and make it safe for me to resume my work there. If you seek assistance from the others in the order, do be careful. I suspect one of them is an informant for the Merovira. Too many of our finds have been pillaged by her thugs. Who or what is the Merovira? The simple definition would be a crime lord in the bloom, but she is quite a bit more than that, in all ways that matter. She rules the tangled cesspit, and her spies are everywhere. Right. You think there's a spy in the Order of Truth? Almost certainly, she says, losing interest. But I let Min worry about that. Spies aren't a problem if you never share your secrets. I guess that's true. What about the favor? Of course. She draws your attention to a map of the Reef of Fallen Worlds on her workstation and taps a gilded, ornate structure not far from the dome containing the resonance chamber. This is the anechoic lazaret. It has been hopelessly sealed since the dawn of the Ninth World until, she smiles, I managed it in a week or two. It was quite simple once she figured out the trick. I've been slipping in and out at nights, investigating the technology within, taking notes, she frowns. Then more recently I discovered that the structure was sealed again. Do you think one of your colleagues is responsible? I doubt it, she says. First of all, I haven't told them. The Order has been trying to open the lazaret for centuries, and I want it for myself for now. She rolls her eyes. Secondly, my colleagues are nosy and somewhat competitive in charmingly amateuristic fashion, but none of them have the stones for out-and-out treachery. I believe someone tramped inside with no regards for the dangers and managed to trigger a failsafe that resealed the structure. She flicks a strand of hair from her eyes. I need someone to reopen the lazaret, and, she waves a vague hand, handle whatever nonsense the trespassers have stirred up in their wake. Why not send Koro? I suppose I could do that, she says. Koro stares hopefully. If I wanted him dead by sundown and the entire structure looted by strangers, or aflame. She arches a cold eyebrow. Alternately, I could hire someone competent. Koro sags. Oh, I feel so bad for Koro now. I know he's a bit of an ass, but still. Poor guy. Besides, I can reopen the structure. The concern is what's waiting for me inside. She holds her gaze for a moment to make sure you understand. I want you to deal with whatever's gone wrong in there so I can resume my work. Needless to say, I would also prefer the structure in an undamaged state, as I left it. Well, there it is. Will you help? Sure.
I'll remember that.
Excellent, she says briskly, but relief flashes across her face. She hands you a metallic stalk with flower-like ridges along its length and a mechanical eye at one end. Simply head down to the Reef of Fallen Worlds, brandish this at the door of the lazaret, and it should open before you. Good luck. Please, Sonny Mary, Koro says, edging in beside you. Give me another chance. I can handle this. I have to win her back. Her respect, I mean. Right, her respect. Definitely her respect, yeah. Let him try, Sally Mary, why not? He shoots you a mistrustful glance, but otherwise continues pretending you don't exist. She says, looking between the two of you. Sally Mary considers you both, then sorts through her work table, picking up a metallic eye. You're welcome to try, Koro, she says. She hands the eye over, but holds onto it when he tries to take it. This is your last chance, she says. If you come back empty-handed, you'd better be dead as well. Trembling, Koro pockets the eye and leaves, eyes downcast. I'll prove myself to her. Then she'll see me as more than just a mercenary. Well, we're helping him somewhat. A little bit. She watches him go and sighs. He's going to fail, of course. It's what he does best. Oh, wow. Poor guy. I want to talk to you about the anechoic lazaret. Oh, she says, her face a carefully composed mask. What is it? Wait, Trolls?
Trolls Meaden donated €1. First item I would like is a alchemist bag of holding. I wonder for who and why. Medeli giggle.
Right. Trolls. Why?
Trolls Meaden donated €1. Second item is a chef's apron that has a large pocket that can fit 3 large meals or 20 snacks and or 2 gallons of liquid. The food put into the pocket keeps the temperature they had when put in.
Put in. Pudain. Oh my god. Why do you have to do it through donations, Trolls? You know you can just talk to me. You don't have to give me your money. Apron fillet? Yeah, I guess that. Oh my god. I can think about it at least. But, well, I know you want to give me your money, but you need your money yourself as well, you know? It's not... Don't just give me your money. Keep your money. It's your money. I don't know. Just thank you so much, Trolls, but you know you don't have to. You shouldn't really, but you can always give them back. I mean, I guess I can just go to your stream and then just donate them over there. But I think that's just giving money to PayPal at that point. Because PayPal always gets like a cut. What is it anyway? I'm not quite ready to issue definitive answers on that topic, she says lightly. I suspect it was once a place of healing or quarantine for machine intelligences. If I'm wrong, this is the find of many, many lifetimes. Few remnants of the prior worlds are ever so intact. What should I know about the interior of the lazaret? Is it dangerous? It wasn't, she says, but since I suspect someone or something got trapped inside, be careful and do try to avoid breaking anything. Okay.
I'm going.
Schnurf. Schnurf. Oh my god, what a name.
Coming.
Hi, Schnurf. Slouched before you is his figure clad in dusty, unremarkable robes. Loose folds of rough cloth strive to reveal a vaguely humanoid form with elongated facial features and two elaborate biomechanical arms. Like a futuristic Smurf? Not quite. You can't help but notice the size, the shape, and even the number of its digits changing as it tinkers with a bizarre-looking device on the table. It glances up at you. Its eyes are the size of your palms. You realize it is a visitant, a being from another world. The eyes the size of my palms. That's big eyes. That's very big eyes. Snurf. Greetings, fellow sentient, it says, nodding with studied respect. I will be with you in a moment. Its mechanical fingers contract and dance independently over the surface of the device before it, adjusting and tightening. There. I am Snurf, guest of the Order of Truth. What brings you to my workplace? I didn't quite catch your name. How do you pronounce it again? Oh, I'm just gonna say Snurf, but... Ah, it says. You are hearing a brief elision in my name, correct? A majority of the component's syllables are untranslatable or beyond human ranges of hearing. I will try to approximate them. He draws in a deep breath. Snella Narga, with a brief poem about the ambient temperature of dust in moonlight here. Gonthas, the word that describes a color similar to blue. Ramalerf. Okay. Snella Narga Gonthas Ramalerf. But then stuff in between. I prefer the name your people here. My name is all too common where I come from. Right. Very common name, that. Those arms of yours are interesting. How do they function? I am not quite sure, it says, raising them for your inspection. Extra digits whirl out of the mechanical palms in a somewhat nauseating wave and disappear just as quickly. They seem to be as sentient as either of us, but obedient so long as I keep them busy. Otherwise, they scramble about while I rest, touching things, picking locks, strangling the odd rodent. The visitant sighs. I force them to take up knitting. Right, good talking to you, Snurf.
I'm ready.
That's weird. So...
I'm ready.
I guess... So they have like mechanical hands or arms or something that help them when they need something done, but otherwise just do whatever the fuck they want. That's not the best. It's not the best.
Of course.
Fair enough.
Oh, I'm getting hungry. I just want to look at the lazarette, and then I'll probably go have some dinner.
Don't mind if I do. Natural. Why not?
So do you think Cora is still inside? Or already inside? The waving strands whip out, ripping themselves around the eye. For a moment, the eye comes to life, buzzing and whispering, getting warmer in your hand. The synth fibers make soft, fluttery sounds in return. After a moment, they withdraw. The door slides open and you step into the chamber beyond. Nice. It's Kanku. Sort of. Or Arakokra, something of the sort. Bird people. A cluster of hunched creatures await you in the dark room, smelling of rust and blood. They are bird-like abhumans with chipped beaks, matted feathers and filthy leather robes. It's not their appearance that reminds you who they are. It's the gritty static that fills your head, a side effect of the creature's telepathy. These are Murdens, cruel and cunning scavengers, and a fifth of their number lies dead on the ground, with great chunks torn out of their body. Your ability to read minds only exacerbates the static, amplifying it to painful levels. It takes a severe effort of will to shut out the noise. Apparently, reading the mind of Murdens is a bad idea. Okay, well that's not great. We take 3 damage off the bat. What an odd place to find Murdens, Timur says, then shrugs. Oh well, at least killing them is good for the health. It is? Of course, the things spread disease, or so I'm told. He squints at you. If you don't fancy a fight to the death just now, we could try parley. Just know that they will attack if you back them into a corner, or if you show even a hint of weakness. Good luck. The largest Murden straightens, eyeing you, snapping its beak once, twice. It seems to be waiting for you to speak. What happened to your dead friend? The Murdens shriek and toss their feathered heads at your words. The largest one swells beneath his robe, puffing out his down like a threatened bird of prey, and yet none of them will quite meet your eyes. The largest one bears its talons at you, hissing, and the clinging static of its thought Intensifies, rather. Raise your arm, showing that you're no threat. The lead Murden eyes you with sly interest. The other creatures glance uncertainly at each other. Give it a nut. Maybe that would help. I don't think I have a nut though. Step aside, maybe they want to leave this place. Oh god, that's not good. Oh, he can do it. You're gonna head off too? You walk before work? Okay, Judge Firefly. Have a good one. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. It's no problem. I love seeing other new people and just sharing my love of games with them, you know? It's always good. Hope you have a good one. And thanks for sticking around. Oh my god, he failed with 85%. Of course he did. For a moment it seems that you'll get through this without bloodshed, but no. The leader's greedy eyes flicker over you, searching for weaknesses, and settle on your belongings with helpless avarice. Shrieking, it lunges at you, and its companions follow suit. He wants loot. They're already hurt though. Let's see. Consumes action, consumes movement. Look at this one. Whee!
Terrible.
Oh, wait. How did that... What does this do? Static fields. 15% willpower, 50% evasion, 30% on attacks. Well, that's not good. And now we can't reach it. Okay. I didn't realize, like, it makes sense that it can't move through me, but, you know, I kind of messed that up. That wasn't very smart. Let's just, I don't know.
Can't say I mind that.
I'm gonna die.
Much better.
Okay. We healed a bit. Then can I move here?
I'm going.
Damnation.
Oh my god. No. Get away from me, bastards.
What's happening to me?
Oh my god. We're surrounded.
Give a man some elbow room, will you? Keep your head down. We'll be out of this soon enough.
Okay. Come on. 11 damage, okay, nice. We're gonna die. This doesn't look good.
Can't die.
This doesn't look good at all. Onslaught. 5 damage. Dimensional damage. Oh my god, these things are tough.
Go.
Run away. Going to get murdered? Yeah. That was bad.
Sure enough.
Can I get a rest somewhere? That would be nice.
All right.
Okay, so that's a pretty bad place. Those birds hurt. I don't like them.
Of course.
I think we should be able to get some rest here.
All right.
I think that's what they said, right? I would like to sleep here. We would be honored if you choose to stay with us. We do request a small donation of 40 shins to offset our cost. Well, I don't have 40 shins.
All right.
Fine.
On it.
Nearly every inch of this merchant's body is covered in tightly wound robes and furs. A hood obscures its head and a mask conceals its face. This doesn't stop you from noticing that it apparently is furious with you. Trembling, it bats its similarly dressed companion. Both of them turn impassive masks back to you. Neither Felinda nor Staristi could believe it, but the thief... Wait. Neither Felinda nor Staristi could believe it, but the thief had come back. Had she come in shame, ready to return what she had taken? No, her hands were empty, her expression baffled. Felinda crossed swaddled arms. Perhaps the thief had simply forgotten to return what she had borrowed, but this made her no less a thief. You must have met the previous inhabitant of this body. What did she take? The thief asked. Felinda faltered, but only for a moment. The merchant's memory wasn't as organized as a library shelf, and it remembers this face, twisted with desire for the very book in question. It remembers the same voice, making promises it apparently had no intent of keeping. Felinda thought the thief's lies were more convincing before. 10 years ago, the thief had borrowed a book. Felinda wondered if the scoundrel was possibly unfamiliar with the definition of the word. It did not mean taking a thing and keeping it, after all. Staresti pointedly returns to work, ignoring you both. Felinda sighs, massaging its temples with the gloved hands. But in the end, Felinda took a deep, deep breath and asked the thief to simply return the sealed and long overdue book with the 5-colored sigil on the cover. I'll find the book, you have my word. The thief declared, and Felinda was satisfied. temporarily. And with that, the merchant returns to its work as well. Why do you narrate everything I say? The thief said. But Valinda knew from long experience that there was no explaining it. The merchant kneels before a bookshelf and jams a book after book into the remaining space. This frustrated Valinda. After all, the two merchants were creatures of words, bound in metal and cloth. But whenever Valinda tries to bend the same words into explanations and answers, they crumbled and fell apart. They could not fold themselves around the truth. The merchant slams the final book into place, and so Valinda said nothing. And once again, Valinda was exonerated. The thief knew she was a thief. Aww. Thank you for giving a hug to age, trolls. Okay,
I'll
well,
remember that.
show me what's here for sale. And then we'll sell this fish.
Why not?
Sell a fish, and then we can sleep here. Okay.
Much better. Making a note.
Make up, a woman says, and you do. She stands, arms folded, watching you with a grim expression. There's been another murder in the underbelly, she says. A little mutant named Crooked Keek. Pull someone's words with you. Wait, Keek was murdered? No, I liked her. She turns to walk away. If I were you, I'd head down there now. Not Keek. Just a reminder, lass. Tibir says, catching your sleeve. Riz will be dead by the day after tomorrow if you don't do anything to save him.
I'm ready.
Right, so sleeping does actually pass time, and then in that time quests continue. They keep going. And that means that some people will die and some things will change. It is cool, but also means I have to actually think about when to rest and things like that. Let's see. Tam is streaming. Dickus is streaming. Kirsty's streaming. Let's go say hi to. Let's go say hi to Dickus. I don't get to raid Dickus often. Who wants to watch a Dickus stream anyway? Apparently more people than watch mine. So I don't know. I'm not sure what that means. But you know. Rigged. I know, I don't know why that happens. It's the rarity. I guess so. I guess it's that. I stream every day, so people are just like, ah, whatever. We see them every time. And then Dickus goes live and everyone's like on it, right? But yeah, thank you everyone for watching and for the raids and all the love and things like that. It's always nice to see you guys, to talk to you guys, play games with you guys. So I hope you have a good rest of the evening, or just a good evening in general, good day, whatever time it is. Go say hi to Dickus, she's lovely. Send all the love over there, and I will see you tomorrow with maybe more of this, maybe something else. Who knows? The wheel decides. But have a good one. Bye, everyone. Bye bye.